care and protect their loved ones and families that they have left behind. And that we will witness very few of such occasions in our midst in Jesus' name. So, ladies and gentlemen, we from the Faculty of Law are happy to be with you. I'm particularly delighted as a dean to be here, and I wish you a very, very rewarding symposium. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Bolode Oku, for your kind words and for making this event a must-come. And I'm sure I speak for all of us when I say that we adopt your prayer, that we will continue to conquer, that we will conquer ad infinitum. And let me add to that prayer that by the grace of God, we will contribute more to the faculty, not just what we're going to do today. Okay, so now I think we can move on to the conversations of the day. And on that note, I would just like to invite the members of the panel for the panel discussion. I will start with Dr. Oladapo Olanipekun, SAN, who is represented by Dr. Kubi Udofia, a partner at Babalak & Co. You're welcome, Dr. Udofia. Please join us on the stage. I would also like to welcome Mrs. Yewande Shembore. At the start of my career, we were both colleagues at Olaniwo Ajayi. We used to call her Yendi Trendy. And the way she's dressed today, she's keeping up with that moniker. So, Yewande, you're welcome. Trendy, you're welcome. Mr. Toyin Adenuba, Ms. Comfort Umaru, Mrs. Nkechi Usani, and last but definitely not the least, Mr. Laolu Osonyi. You're all very welcome.
I'd like to welcome again our speakers for today. My name is Folashade Yusuf. I'm the Company Secretary and Legal Advisor of the National Engineering and Technical Company Limited. I'm also a proud member of the UNILAG Faculty of Law class of 2001. Each of our speakers today, since leaving UNILAG as part of the Faculty of Law class of 2001, have gone on to do great things in their careers. And today they will all be talking to us on differing topics on advancements in legal practice, as they may have encountered. Today's session includes a specific question and answer session at the end. If you're online, please drop your questions in the chat box. If you're in the room, we will try, time permitting, to take your questions physically. But if we can't, we'll put up a phone number and then we'll receive your questions and then the speakers will answer them. So let's get started. Our first speaker up for today is Dr. Oladapo Olanipekun. He's here represented ably by Dr. Kubi Udofia, partner at Babalaki & Co. I will give a short bio for Dr. Olanipekun, and then we'll move on straight to his topic. Dr. Kubi will be talking on his behalf on legal practice, changing phase and phase. Dapo is the lead partner at Esha and Macorius, where he heads the Dispute Resolution and Policy Advisory Groups. He is the editor-in-chief of the Banking and Financial Law Reports, and also the chairman of the Advisory Board of the Constitutional Rights Awareness and Liberty Initiative. Oladapo was elevated to the rank of Senior Advocate of Nigeria, SAN, in 2015. Until September 2019, he held the record of being the youngest person ever to be elevated to that rank. Please welcome to the podium on his behalf, Dr. Kubi Udofia.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to stand on the well-established protocols. Can I have my slides, please? Gentlemen, I'm here representing Dr. Dapo Olanipekun. who would have absolutely loved to be here today, but is unable to make it due to circumstances far beyond his control. But he sends his warmest regards both to his lecturers, former lecturers, and distinguished colleagues. So without further ado, I'll go straight to his presentation. And I must say right from the onset that these presentation or slides were prepared by Dr. Darko himself. So I'll try my best to share his thoughts. Please, can I have the presentation? So, Doctor has been mandated to speak on the topic legal practice, changing face and face. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you very much. So from the outset, his view is that legal practice is changing. Is legal practice changing? His answer is an emphatic yes. So there's a quote there by Peter Drucker. I believe these slides would be shared subsequently, so I wouldn't go into some of these quotes. In order to save time, I've been told I have just 1 hour to speak. So, there's a quote here by Richard Susskind, and I believe this is from his book. It says, it looks prophetic, but I believe these are things that are happening now, though he says something about, in the next 2 decades, in 20 years' time. Legal market is in a remarkable state of change. In less than 2 decades, the way in which lawyers work will change radically. Entirely new ways of delivering legal services will emerge. New providers will be firmly established in the market, and the working of our courts will be transformed. These are happening already unless they adapt. Many traditional legal businesses or traditionalists will fail. On the other hand, a whole set of fresh opportunities will present themselves to entrepreneurial and creative young lawyers. I believe there are 3 main drivers of this change. First, the more for less challenge. Second, liberalization and technology. Of course, in his presentation, Dr. Darko has about 9 drivers of change, apart from these 3 mentioned by Richard Susskind. Lawyers and change. Darko's belief, and the belief of most people out there, is that lawyers are traditionalists. They are resistant to change. They are advocates of customs, advocates of the way things are done. Ideas should be maintained. And this is typified by the concept of, or the doctrine of judicial precedent. Here, Dr. Darko has said that a typical approach of lawyers is to use the past to control the future in the quest for certainty and predictability, of course. This is what we call judicial precedent, which all of us are conversant with. The philosophical underpinnings of judicial precedent are now being questioned in modern legal philosophy. Of course, there are criticisms against judicial precedent. Which one of them is mentioned? They're using the past to determine the future, that it's a bit rigid. It doesn't allow judges to express themselves or even lawyers to express themselves. I mean, you can weigh this with the advantages or merits of judicial precedent. So there's a quote here from Lord Denning. In the case of Parker and Parker, it was a divorce case. You can see it is a very popular case. I think it was started in 1953, 2 England Law Report, page 121. There Lord Denning said something. He said, what is the argument on the other side? Only this, that no case has been found in which it has been done before. That argument does not appeal to me in the least. If we never do anything which has not been done before, we shall never get anywhere. The law will stand still while the rest of the world goes on. And that will be bad for both. So again, I said, like Darko expressed before in the previous slides, there's a perception that lawyers are naturally traditionalists. They are resistant to change. And you can see here in some of these quotes that lawyers are rhinos. They think they have thick skin, they're thick-skinned, short-sighted, and always ready to charge. And then you have AP Habet saying, let's find what everyone is doing, and then stop everyone from doing it. And then, of course, this is from Jesus Christ of Nazareth. He was talking to the then professors of law, with profound respect to our professors here, the Pharisees and the Sadducees. He said, woe unto you lawyers, for ye have taken away the key of knowledge, ye entered not yourselves. And then, and them that were entering in, he hindered. Legal practice changing face and face. So Dr. Darko is of the view that the reality is that legal practice is changing face and face. His position is that the providers and consumers of legal services now have different characteristics and different expectations. For instance, before now, a lawyer was just expected to have a deep knowledge of law, to be a courtroom sir, but now it goes beyond that. You're meant to have a deep knowledge of the business of your client. You're meant to go into business or legal, what they call legal business consulting. So it just goes beyond having a deep knowledge of the law. You're meant to know what is the practice in the industry, government regulations and policies, and the way they will apply to your client's businesses. Dr. Darko is also of the view that the legal marketplace has also changed significantly. So what are these change drivers? Previously, Richard Susskind had mentioned about 3 of them, and I did mention that Dr. Darko has listed about 9 of them, including the ones mentioned by Richard Susskind. Of course, first it starts with demystification of the lawyer. Several factors that led to a lawyer being demystified, a lawyer that was seen as very prestigious. There were certain things that were only within the exclusive preserve of lawyers, but that is fast changing. There's a quote there by William Shakespeare. I think this was in his play Henry V by that funny character Dick the Butcher. He says, first thing we do, let's kill all the lawyers. So Dr. Darko presents some posers here. He says, he asks, are lawyer services expendable? Now asks, are there alternatives to lawyer services? Does the lawyer still enjoy that exclusive prestige of being learned? And the next thing you have here is, please don't confuse your internet search with my law degree. I mean, these days you find everything and anything on the internet. The rudimentary things and basic things lawyers used to do before, like drafting opinions, drafting processes, you can find all the templates online. And the unfortunate, in quote, thing is that these things were placed there by lawyers. And these have aided people in demystifying, the prestige around lawyers, some of the things that lawyers were seen as being the only ones that could do previously. Are there alternatives to lawyer services? Of course, you go online, like I mentioned, you see the likes of Up Counsel, Match Legal, having all sorts of templates. And even in Nigeria here, you don't need to go far. You see Institute of Paralegals. You have alternative legal service providers doing some of the jobs that were exclusively provided by lawyers before. Dr. Darko has mentioned alternative sourcing and multi-sourcing here. Some of these concepts, they are deeply entrenched in Western climes, and they are gradually encroaching into our climb. Delawyering, it sounds a bit, let's say insulting, but it's happening. You have people who are not trained to be lawyers doing the work of lawyers. They call themselves paralegals. Some call themselves legal consultants. Of course, the NBA, they've been trying to stop these people from encroaching into our territory, but they are still doing that. You have co-sourcing, you have relocating, where lawyers can transfer legal work to areas that they consider to be cheaper in providing those services. Like I said before, most of these things are actually orchestrated by lawyers. And that's why it's important for lawyers to continue reinventing themselves. Okay, I'm trying to go to the next slide here. I think I need help. Next slide. I hope my time has stopped running. Please, can I have the next slide? Or okay. Okay, so the next driver of change is technology. And this one is quite obvious, so I won't spend much time on this. Dr. Dakwa said technological advancements has changed the way markets for legal services are provided, especially in relation to research and communication. He's also mentioned that, sorry, I'm still on the previous slide, that lawyers' tools have changed and the reliance on human effort, human craftsmanship continues to dwindle. The internet has contributed largely to this demystification. Next slide, please. All right, thank you. So legal opinions, like I mentioned before, and other services are available online. You have emergency law firms, emergency virtual law firms, like a couple of them in Nigeria. They do not need to have any particular or specific residence, so they do not have to be close to clients. They do not have to be situated close to any agency or anything, because they can provide virtual services. All what you need is just a click, and then you can reach out to them. Online dispute resolution is also available, electronic legal marketplace, and artificial intelligence. The significant thing here is this concept of legal marketplace. I mean, it's a new concept. I've been told I have 5 minutes more. I thought I'd only spoken for 5 minutes. Okay, so it's instructive that years ago, the legal profession was seen as a guild, but now it's seen as a marketplace, meaning that anybody can walk into it and walk out of it. So not an exclusive preserve of certain set of people. Next slide, please. So the other driver is new practice areas. There are so many of them. He's listed some of them there. And then, of course, globalization. Most clients are not fixed or they're not in one particular location. So you would have to explore ways of providing legal services in other jurisdictions. And you have other firms coming in here. Of course, he has said here, the last point, that a protectionist practice is not viable in a globalized market. I mean, they are coming in. No matter how much you do, they will find ways of coming in, either partnering or buying up the law firms and getting Nigerians to practice for them here. Increased competition is also a factor, a driving factor causing the change. The dean mentioned earlier on that when the current set, the 2001 set, were graduating, there were about 130-somethings in number, but now you have over 300, and that's also reflective in the number of lawyers called to bar every year. He said here in the last 5 years, about 77,009 lawyers have been called to the Nigerian bar and all flushed into the market to compete with the rest of us. So there's something quite interesting that he said. We provide that from the website of EY. I hope there's nobody from EY here. And I think there's a pending court judgment from Ogun State High Court restraining them from doing, it was actually a consent judgment, restraining them from providing some of these services and encroaching into certain areas of law. Another driving force is to change harsh economic conditions. And then recent mergers and takeovers. These are all foreign firms. I mean, we've had a couple of them in Nigeria. One of them is, I mean, years ago we had LX, people coming together to form LX. So the changing demographics, multi-generational workforce. Today we have about 4 different generations all working together with different orientation, different approaches, different attitude to work. And these all have to be managed. You have the baby boomers, Generation X, which I believe many people in this room belong to, and Generation Y, and of course, Generation Z. Gender balancing. Years ago, I mean, there was this gender bias against ladies, but gradually we're moving from, according to Dr. Dakwa Olanifekun, moving from gentlemen of the bar to gentlewomen of the bar. Because according to him, there are more women, gradually more women. We have more women in the profession than men. The impact of COVID-19, this cannot even be overemphasized. The changes it brought to the way we do things in the legal profession, the way we practice, the way our court systems work, especially in the case of virtual hearings. I mean, someone said the other time that had an application and asked the judge whether they could move it virtually, and the judge said, you're too young to be making such an application. But that is fast changing. People are accepting the fact that there are several changes happening, and some have been driven by COVID-19. So, transition from law practice to law business. Law is now seen as, many years ago, law was seen as a practice, but now there's a distinction. law practice is seen as a business. So your law practice is your profession, but running a firm is a business and has to be run as a business. Like I said earlier on from the onset, you have to see law. When you're practicing law, you have to understand your client's business, understand the client's needs, not just having a deep knowledge of the law. That is not sufficient these days. He said the profession that lays emphasis on knowledge and competence, enterprise appeals to service, efficiency, liberalism, and sovereign consumer. So adapting to the changes that we're talking about, the changes we've emphasized. Okay, my time is up now. So he suggested several ways of adapting to these changes. One is the need to revisit legal education and training. The distinguished dean had emphasized the fact that there is that infrastructure deficit in the University of Lagos. It's not peculiar to the University of Lagos. You have it everywhere. Even outside the legal profession, there's a need to deal with that from the foundation, focus on practical training, people coming out of law school and all what they know is what the law says without knowing how to apply the law and what it entails to be a practitioner. He's also recommended a new approach to providing legal services, that customer service is the new marketing. The emphasis should be on customer. The approach should be customer-based and not practice-based. Of course, the importance of technology and embracing technology cannot be overemphasized. Commercial awareness is also very important. There's a quote there from Robert Denny. The practice of law is a profession, but the law firm is a business, something I stated earlier on, and must be managed like a business. He stated some of the things that one can do to be successful as a legal practitioner. Emphasis on value. Things are changing, but values are consistent. Values do not change. So we must imbibe those values we were taught in law school, taught by our distinguished lecturers. In as much as we want to succeed, we must not cut corners. Revisiting billing, emphasis to charge less, give more value, and at the end of the day, the client wouldn't mind paying you, so no matter how much you want, so long as the client believes you're providing value. Ingenuity is also very important. It can be the distinction between a business and a successful business. He ends by saying that ingenuity is the key to business development and survival in a changing legal market. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Odofia. We are glad that we asked you to come. Otherwise, we would have missed this very interesting presentation. So our second speaker is Mrs. Yewande Shembore. She will be speaking on technology and the law. I'll give a short bio of our Wendy Trendy. Yewande is a partner in the law firm of Olaniwo Ajayi LP, a leading full-service law firm in Nigeria, where she heads the firm's finance and capital markets practice. As a testament of her knowledge and experience, Yewande has been ranked very highly and multiple times by leading global legal directories. She is a member of the Credit Enhancement and Capital Market Master Plan Review Subcommittees of the Capital Market Master Plan Implementation Council, and she is the co-chair of the Capital Market Solicitors Association Committee on Standards and Compliance. Please welcome to the podium Mrs. Yewande Shembore.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I first want to just congratulate all of us, classmates. It's good to see the room is fuller now. On this auspicious occasion of our 20th anniversary of graduating from the esteemed and much cherished University of Lagos. It's wonderful to see everybody, and particularly our lecturers, our mentors. I find it a huge honor and privilege to be invited to speak on this occasion. And interestingly, in coming up with a topic for my speech or my paper today, I looked at the theme for the symposium, which is about advancement in the legal profession, advancement in law. And I thought, what more can I talk about? And decided to touch on technology and the law. Interestingly, when I started my career at Olaniwa Ajayi, part of the interview process required me to make a presentation. And I remembered that at that time, the topic I chose was actually the use of technology as a research tool. Needless to say, I was taken, and I am a partner in that institution today. That being said, it's been some nearly 20 years since that happened. That topic is still relevant, quite pertinent. And I haven't chosen it because it's a trend. I've chosen it because it is a topic that each and every one of us encounters on our day-to-day. But more importantly, and I like the fact that the session today started with Dr. Udovia's presentation, because that paper sets the tone for where we're headed and where we need to be. The need to move away from the traditional way of rendering our services as legal practitioners and the traditional way of viewing the profession itself. And that's what I'll be talking about today. Okay, sorry, I didn't realize the clicker was there. Okay. So in talking about in talking about technology and the law, I chose to examine the intersection between these two concepts. And of course, for me, I looked at it from the perspective of what use can technology be to lawyers? And how do we as legal practitioners equip ourselves to take advantage of some of the things that Dr. Udofia has mentioned, the demystifying of the legal profession, the fact that the legal profession is no longer a box or brick and mortar profession, but it has transcended that. The world has become closed in. It's become a global village. And whether we like it or not, we cannot hold on to the values, the standards that we were used to, the ones that we thought was the be-all and end-all of rendering legal profession. We have to move with the times and learn how to equip ourselves to take advantage of this technology. So on the screen, I took out an extract there. In terms of the symbiotic relationship that we all know has existed between the law and human activities. I remember that Professor Obilade, in our first year, I believe, one of the key things we learned was the intersection between law and society. Someone talked about Professor Adeyemi. I remember my criminology classes. It was about the science of crime and the rationale behind the need to actually provide not just the punishment, but also the way to ensure that the committers of crime do not repeat the same by trying to understand what predisposes anyone to commit crime. And so we find science being introduced into law in various forms, right from the need to create new resources, tools, and devices for improving the living conditions of men, also to the regulation of various human activities by way of legislation. You will notice from the panel that has been set up for this afternoon, apart from the topic that Dr. Udofia rendered on behalf of Dr. Olani Pekun, my friend and brother, Laulu, will be speaking to the law and medical sciences and the intersection between this. And you find out that from time to time, you really cannot separate these two concepts one from the other. And so in looking at this topic, I split it into two sections. So it's a two-pronged approach I've chosen to take. And the first one is law as a regulator of technology. And what do I mean by this? When we think law, some people would say you're talking about statutes, you're talking about legislation. That is one aspect of the interaction between law and technology. Another aspect is law or legal practice as a consumer of technology or an end user of technology. In relation to law as a regulator of technology, in recent times, one of the things we've seen is that law oftentimes has to play catch-up with technology. When we all started, and I remember when I started in my firm, which interestingly, supposedly at that time was supposed to be one of the high-end, more savvy, tech-savvy institutions. But I could count on one finger the number of computers that existed in the entire office. Today, you cannot even work without a laptop, and I'm not talking a desktop, because work is now 24 hours round the clock. It doesn't matter where you are. You're working on your phones, you're working on different things. So the advancement is such that the law has to chase up, and oftentimes you find the law trying to play catch-up. Too often, the law struggles in this regard. I will illustrate further in talking about some of the examples, even in our own legislations, and the ways that our regulators have tried to catch up with advancements in technology and the impact on the day-to-day operations of society. Now, still on the topic of law as a regulator of technology, a key example I've put on the screen is the financial services sector in Nigeria. More often than not, when technology changes, the law cannot change immediately. Of course, we are all aware of the process it takes to pass a law. And oftentimes, the legislature just gets stuck over the years with bills that are pending, moving from one state to the other, trying to actually get to the point of promulgation. And even when it's gone through the National Assembly, you still have the presidency to contend with. So more often than not, the rules that are enacted or conceived for the regulation of old technology and even the old ways of doing things, they're not robust enough to address the developments in the new technology and the new developments we see in technology generally. Speaking about financial services, and there are a myriad of examples that I can give, but I chose to use financial services because I know that that's very relatable, because this is something we all know. When we learned banking in the university, and I remember at the start of my career, banking was brick and mortar banking. You had to learn the rules, banker-customer relationship, all the cases that had to do with that, and the dynamics. Those were the principles. My first few cases was about checks, notices to customers, on dishonored checks, dishonored payments, requests. But today, the landscape has changed. And I put in fine print underneath, BOFIA 2020 was one that was brought in to address some of these issues. On the screen, you have the banks as traditional providers of banking services, and I've illustrated with United Bank for Africa. And on the flip side of it, you have Kuda, which is a digital bank without any brick and mortar. Now, these two entities provide the same service. Hitherto, we all knew that you could not, by the provisions of the BOFIA 1991, you could not provide banking services in Nigeria as defined under that statute without a license, without being licensed by the CBN. However, the idea of banking was someone walking into a banking institution, taking a deposit and giving loans. That has been demystified. And just speaking about the demystification, it's not only about the law. It's not about just the legal profession. The likes of Kuda have come to show us that there are different ways of rendering financial services through the comfort of your home. So right now, we are all sitting down and people are transacting businesses. And you can multitask and still get your work done. Technology has shown us that living in a city like Lagos, where moving from one point to the other becomes a headache. Journeying from one distance to the other to attend meetings of itself is a problem. But we've seen that things can be navigated. You can be here and transact and conclude million-dollar transactions without leaving the spot where you are. And that's what the likes of the digital banks have shown us. Now, Chaka is a capital market player. They're a digital capital market player. I'm sure a lot of people have heard about Bamboo also. There are quite a number of these guys in the market. When they came into the market, the regulators didn't know what to do with them. And why? This is because the law did not contemplate the manner in which these services were being provided. AfriInvest, Chapel Hill, those were the typical stockbroking outfits that provided, intermediation in the capital market. So if you wanted to buy your shares and stocks, you will open an account with a stockbroker. Today, with Chaka, Bamboo, and the rest, all you need is an app on your phone, and you close your transaction. And what they've done is to show us that you don't need to be in the US to buy stocks in the US. You do not need to leave your desk to transact. Now, you have the law now chasing up to meet up with these provisions. BOFIA 2020 has tried to expand the definition of banking business to include entities that do not have a physical presence and also technology companies that are providing financial services by putting them under the concept of other financial institutions. Still on the topic, okay, I think I've gone through this. I'll just scroll quickly onto law as a consumer of technology. Listening to the first speaker, one thing that jumped at me was there's a tendency for lawyers to hold on to the old ways of doing things, which is the traditional way in which legal profession, legal services should be rendered. But whether we desire it, we like it, we resist it, it doesn't matter. The world has changed. And that is the honest truth. And it behoves every one of us to actually get on board. Because if you don't, then you'll be left behind. It talked about law as a business. Integral to law as a business is the concept and the awareness that technology will move you from just being able to do 1 or 10 to being able to do things in thousands. And that is the idea behind law as a consumer and a user of technology. Of course, the recent COVID-19 pandemic has shown all of us that there are different ways of doing things that are even stressless and better and more efficient and more productive for every one of us. When we had to attend meetings, I happen to work in a practice where every transaction has myriad of meetings. So I'm in meetings practically every day and back to back. And journeying from Ikoyi to VI to Ikeja, you can't get through your meetings. But thanks to technology, I can have meetings for every hour of the day without leaving one spot. And I get 10 done in a day. I will be tired, but I'll get my work done. And that is what technology does for us. It's redefining the legal field, and both legal practitioners, whether in-house practicing lawyers, law students, and lecturers alike, every one of us have to equip ourselves to be able to adapt to this changing scenery that is brought on. Looking at the market, law is no longer the prerequisite of a few. Unfortunately, when I remember Professor Adeyemi then, he would tell us in our criminal law class that law is a distinguished profession and it's not for commoners. He used to say that. But guess what? That has been demystified. With technology, services are rendered, legal services are rendered to people across the world in a manner that is accessible. And I think that's the key thing, the accessibility. Now, we talk about financial inclusion. Legal services is also providing inclusion for people who would ordinarily not have been able to access these services. And if you look at the worth of the market, the global legal market is estimated at $788.9 billion, and that is by the end of this year, 2022. The artificial intelligence market is projected to be worth $3.2 billion as at 2018, which was the last assessment, and projected to grow at a rate of 36% by 2026. What does this tell us? It tells us that there is no stopping. You can't stand in the way. You have to just keep evolving. So, as a consumer of technology, as legal practitioners, what do we need to do? What do we need to be? We need to be digital literates. We need to understand and get on board. Understand the ability to use digital tools and technology to drive efficiencies in our workplaces, whether you're a lecturer, whether you're a student, whether you are a practicing lawyer or an in-house counsel. Law and technology are so intertwined that you can't separate the two. Now, leveraging technology to improve service delivery. This can be done in a number of ways. Document drafting and reviewing. As I mentioned, before in the traditional way, you do 1, you do 10. The days of typewriters, you probably will spend hours trying to get through the 160-page facility agreement or any brief that you're trying to type out. But today we're using computers and it's faster. But guess what? There's even something that is better. And that's what technology does. It keeps going from one to the other to make life easier for people. So, automated processes of document production and review. Automated processes for research. Now we know that you don't need a physical space to have a library. You can have your libraries on your tablet and you're accessing information. And I'm not talking Wikipedia or those types of information. Learning to use the technology appropriately is also part of being digital literate. So technology as a tool of research, very critical for billing purposes. As practitioners, billing is an integral part of what we do. oftentimes between the client and the practitioner, there is always this contest. No, you didn't spend enough hours on this. How did you arrive at this bill? But with digital resources, your billing is more transparent, and your clients are satisfied because you can put before them how you tracked your time. It also helps you to assess your fees for transactions and for engagement. You know how many hours you spent, how much work was put in, because technology is there recording what time you spend. Data management is also a key part of what we do as lawyers. We go through a lot of information. A lot of client information is put at our disposal, and we have to keep protecting them. Tools are available to us for data management, and we need to pull that together. Just running ahead very quickly, in terms of the results, the outcome of usage of technology and consuming technology, improved efficiency and productivity. I cannot talk about that much more, have done enough of that. Optimized and happier workforce. Trust me, your workers will feel better when you leverage technology. It is called working smarter and not harder. Transparency, engendering client trust. I just discussed that in relation to billing. Cross-border service provision, making you accessible to clients across different parts of the world and earning your income in other currencies other than the Nigerian currency. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Annie. The good thing about today's topic is that we get to hear from different perspectives. So this is another interesting one. Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Toyin Adenuga. Toyin will be speaking on regulatory trends in the capital market. So Toyin is the head, Rules and Adjudication of NGX Regulation Limited, a wholly owned subsidiary of the Nigerian Exchange Group. Before then, Toyin practiced law at notable firms, which included the law firms of Adepetu, Caxton Martins, and Agbo, now known as Denton ACAS Law, CG Shoeto & Co., and ALEX, Legal Practitioners and Arbitrators. Toyin is an associate of the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators of Nigeria. He's an associate of the Institute of Capital Market Registrars. He's a fellow of the Association of Enterprise Risk Management Professionals, among many others. He also represents NGX in the African Securities Exchanges Association's Policy and Regulation Working Group, and he was a member of the Nigerian Senate's Technical Committee on its review of the Investments and Securities Act and the Company and Allied Matters Act as well. Please join me in welcoming to the podium Mr. Toyin Adenuga.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining us for this beautiful event and gathering. It is indeed a great pleasure to be here and to have such a stellar galaxy of professors and our former teachers and classmates and colleagues in attendance. I will be speaking on regulatory trends in the Nigerian capital market, and I will be speaking from the perspective of Nigerian Exchange Limited and NGX regulation. Many of you know the Nigerian Stock Exchange. What many of you might not have paid attention to is the fact that as a result of a recent restructuring, the Nigerian Stock Exchange is now called NGX Group. And it has subsidiaries, the exchange business itself, the regulation business, as well as the real estate business. I work in the regulation business as the head of rules and adjudication. Most of us being lawyers, and all of us being lawyers, we're familiar with what regulation is, which involves the making of rules as well as continuous monitoring, enforcement, and compliance with the rules. I'm speaking from the perspective of the capital markets, which is that branch of the financial services industry that is involved with the raising and formation of capital by issuing of shares or issuing of bonds for the or for long-term investments. And the whole discussion around how regulation is done in this industry and the recent events in that regard is what I intend to speak with us about today. The slides are quite many, and I'll try to go through as fast as I can before I start receiving the white card from the lady behind me. So before we go into the discussion, it would be good for us to recognize what exactly are the challenges of regulating the capital market. There is a pie chart in front of you to the credit of KPMG International, and you would see different types of problems. You see geopolitical changes. There are changes in legislation and policy. You see data protection issues and governance, which people need to comply with. You see things like credit quality, who are the kind of persons you're doing business with. You see compliance, agility. The law has changed. Regulation has changed. How quickly and how efficiently are you able to quickly adapt to the new rules and comply with them? You see customer trust. Do you have customers who have trust in you? Do you have investor confidence in whatever it is that you're doing? And this slide speaks to you about why we regulate. We regulate for the purpose of investors' protection. There is no point you bringing all your hard-earned cash and money to the market and then everything goes down the drain in any market crash. We need to be transparent, fair, and efficient in everything that we do so that there is a balance in everything that is happening in the market with regard to your market participants as well as any other person coming to do business in the market. And the objective is also to reduce systemic risk. You don't want a situation where the market is saturated with all kinds of products that you would not get quality for, and at the end of the day, you lose your hard-earned funds in that regard, or you lose entire sections of the financial services industry. So that is why we do regulation. There are all other reasons why we do that on the page there. Now, these are things that you are already aware of, but you may not have focused attention on. Thank you. That you may not have focused attention on. How we regulate is by substantial engagement. This is a subgroup of substantial engagement. You speak with people, you let them know precisely what you are doing in the market. We have rules development. I am in charge of writing rules at the exchange. You have advocacy, where you speak and explain what you're doing in the market. You have memoranda of understanding that you sign with other bodies in the market that help you to fulfill and carry out your obligations. You make use of technology, which my colleague that spoke immediately before me has explained fully about. And we also have trainings. This is like a training that we are having. In the course of regulating the markets, we came across the International Organization of Securities Commission's principles. There are 38 of them for the regulation of the markets. You have principles relating to the regulator, and so many of them. You will have the slides if you want them when we are done. We have principles for self-regulation for the SROs. You have principles for the secondary market. You have principles for issuers. Those are persons who bring their securities to the market, and you go and buy and sell their shares. In the capital markets, there are many stakeholders. You have to engage with stakeholders consistently in order to have the best with regard to regulation, with regard to products, and with regard to the quality of what you receive in the market. If you look around the circle in front of you, you would see the key market participants of the markets. You have the Apex regulator, you have the Ministry of Finance, you have the NGX, which is the stock exchange. Issuers, those are the companies that list securities on the various exchanges or OTC platforms. You have registrars who ensure that you get your dividends anytime dividends are declared. You have the CSCS that ensures that your shares, when you do your transactions, they get settled in good time. And there are explanations there for you to understand precisely who is what. Now you have all these people within the ecosystem. You need to know the type of regulations and laws that are responsible for ensuring that they keep on the straight and narrow. You have the CAMA 2020. I was privileged to have been on the committee that reviewed that. You have the ISA. You have the Financial Reporting Council Act and the rest of them, as you can see there on the screen before you. What you would observe from my discussion are developments that have occurred since we left school. So you are not likely to find any laws or regulation on the screen that was in existence whilst we were in school. So that is speaking to the theme of our discussion today. And then we collaborate for growth. You see the World Federation of Exchanges, you see the Intermarket Surveillance Group to ensure that the market is being properly surveilled. You see the African Securities Exchanges Association. So you have collaborating for growth in different types of industries and businesses. So you choose what fits your purpose. At the exchange, as you would understand, it is a self-regulatory organization. Now, these are entities that are non-governmental bodies and have the power to create and enforce standalone industry and professional regulations and standards by themselves. The only thing they have to do is to make sure that their regulator, the government regulator, approves their rules and regulations. So they must have the power for when you're doing regulation of the capital market as an SRO. The law requires that you must have the power, that's the Investment and Securities Act, that you must have the power to exclude persons who are not of good character and who do not possess a high degree of business integrity from the market. You must be able to expel, suspend, or discipline persons or participants for conduct that is inconsistent with equitable principles of transactions in the market. You must have conditions for listing of securities. You don't just come and list securities that people put all their money there, and then at the end of the day, they do not see the worth of what they've come to put their money in. You must have conditions governing dealings in securities by participants. Your stockbrokers must be properly regulated, and all your dealing member, your trading license holder firms must be properly regulated. And you must have a means of surveilling and regulating and supervising your markets. So these are things that you must bear in mind if you do intend to invest in the business, in the capital market. Of course, as an SRO, we would have a rule book. I led the drawing up, a review, and compilation of the rule book of the exchange in 2015. These are from old rules that we had in the market. All of them were all over the place. We had to combine everything together into one document. We spent about 8 weeks sequestered in the offices of, let me not mention their names, at Victoria Island, where we got the job done. We were successful, and we came out with a at least 400-page document. You can find it on the website of the exchange. So all the things we did there, whilst we're doing the work, you will find there. So for persons who are familiar with the exchange business, you have to be familiar with the rule book of NGX. And then when you open the rule book, it is divided into two parts. You have the side for the trading license holders. These are people that you generally know as stockbrokers. And then you have the side for the issuers. Those are entities whose securities are listed on the exchange. All the things you see in the white and green clouds on the screen before you are the themes around different parts of the rules, the different provisions of the rules in the rule book of the exchange. We're stuck. Excuse me. Okay, thank you. So and then, like I mentioned earlier, you have the issuer side. You have all types of different rules. Rules as specialized as Sukuk rules, ETFs, commercial papers, derivatives, cross-border listings. Some of us may be surprised that you are already aware that you may list a security both in Nigeria and outside Nigeria as well. So I have 5 minutes more, which is looking to me like 15 minutes. So now these are some other things that will be interesting to you. Since the new normal, COVID-19, we thank government we're no longer wearing our nose masks, but we still have to do a lot of things virtually as well. We now do electronic filing of reports. You don't need to take when I was a much younger associate, I remember then when filing returns at the stock exchange, you'd have to take your hard copy of a report and you go and stand at a gate where somebody will be peering at you like this to see whether you're a criminal or not, and then they accept your reports from you and then you can file. And many other things. Now you can just file online. You have continuous stakeholders engagement through virtual conferences like we're doing today. Some of us are joining us via Zoom. You have electronic communication channels to speak with your colleagues and your stakeholders. You have off-site inspection of trading license holders. You do not need to take your entire laptop and colleagues and everybody to go and do your inspections. You can do it online. Just make sure that you have requested beforehand all the things you want to inspect in their documents and so on and so forth. Next slide, please. Thank you. So in spite of COVID and the new normal, we continue to surveil the market, monitor all activity. You have to do that. We continue to do compliance and enforcement. We continue doing rulemaking and interpretation. You wouldn't say because you now have COVID, you will not continue regulating the market. There is development in the market and so on and so forth. Now, you would recall that my designation is Head of Rules and Adjudication. The adjudication part deals with the disciplinary proceedings with regard to persons that fail to comply with the rules of the market. So we have virtual hearings now. I seem to recall that one of my colleagues spoke earlier about virtual hearings, about trials being done virtually. So we also have that at the exchange as well. So what we do is that if we have a room like this, we ensure that you have a wide-angle camera to make sure that everybody in the room is captured and you can see everybody in the room. You don't want a situation where you have persons coming into the room and going out at will, and you don't have a control over them. We have an agile secretariat that is in charge of everything that is being filed and all the discussions that are happening there. We have a technologically equipped hearing room for participants who are not able to join online. Just go there and seek the support you need at no fee, and then you would be able to participate in the hearing. You are all aware of the changes to CAMA 2020. You can do instruments of transfer can now be done electronically, and so on. Please go back. Go back, go back, go back. Go back. One more, please. Thank you. So if you look at the screen, you would see a number of things that CAMA 2020, a number of positive developments that you will see under CAMA 2020. Things like instruments of transfer. You want to transfer shares to your... Please let me go back to the previous page. I'm sorry. I can use it. Okay. Previous page, please. Yes, thank you. So you can do virtual meetings. CAMA permits you to do that. But with public companies and listed companies, you have to pay more particular attention to the requirements in that regard. You can have electronic registers and documents, all the list of shareholders. You need to have quality hardware and software, though. CAMA requires that. You can do electronic filings, and you can now have electronic signatures on the documents that you file with CAC. And then this page contains different new products in the market with regard to advancements on different rules and so on and so forth. You have special purpose acquisition companies, rules on warehousing, and the rest of them, electronic offerings and so on and so forth. Yes. So, strategies and way forward. In spite of all the challenges and up and down that we're experiencing in the market, what we are saying to you and what you should bear in mind from the regulation perspective is that compliance leaders must consider changing their requirements, supervisory priorities and reporting mandates and guidance. Compliance leaders and practitioners must be careful of fraud and abuse. Bribery, corruption, misconduct may increase during this period. So you need to pay attention to those things. You need to be able to reimagine your operations and have the capacity to respond rapidly to developments around you, your policies, oversight, and the rest of them. And then culture and ethics and the rest of them, you need to pay attention to them. Response and recovery time is very important. And RegTech is of extreme importance to you. I think that is the last page. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Twain. That was right on point, concise, and yet very informative. Thank you very much. Yeah, our next speaker is Ms. Comfort Tumaru. When I saw her earlier, I told her that she didn't look a day older. You know, so it's good to have her. She'll be speaking on her biggest fears, the pandemic, sci-fi movies, dystopia, and gender matters. Let me give a brief bio of Comfort before you come on. Comfort is a senior research fellow at the National Judicial Institute and has been since September 2015. She has worked as a trainer and facilitator to an audience that has ranged from judges, magistrates, social welfare workers, legal officers, police, correctional officers, and other key players in the child justice system. Her varied work experience ranges from private legal practice with 3 senior advocates of Nigeria to being a former registrar with the National Industrial Court. Comfort currently represents the National Judicial Institute on Gender Dimensions, Child Justice Administration, and other related matters. Please join me in welcoming her to the podium.
Thank you, Shadi. To avoid those papers, I usually come in with my own timer. So my time starts now. Can I have my slides up, please? It's a pleasure seeing you all here. I'm going to be speaking on my biggest fears, but the actual title of this paper is actually Gender Dimensions of Criminal Justice Criminal Justice Response to Terrorism in Nigeria. Okay, so a picture is worth 1,000 words, and I've got just 15 minutes to do this, and it's not enough time to say the 1,000 words that I need today. So I put up this picture. Raise your hand if you know what this picture represents. Yeah, just one person. Okay, so, okay, another person. It's from The Handmaid's Tale by Margaret Atwood, adapted to a sci-fi movie, which streams on Hulu. And it is about a society that was overthrown, the society of the United States of America in fiction overthrown, and becomes called, they now call it Gilead. And in a few short moves, women lose everything. They lose their autonomy. And each time there's a debate in the US on Roe versus Wade or anything involving women's bodily autonomy, you will see protesters dressed like this who show up. So here is my sci-fi movie. A little timeline. In the last few years, of course, the COVID-19 happened. 2020, many countries go into lockdown. 2021, the numbers are out. As at July 21st, 2021, the International Labour Organization was able to bring out the numbers to say that the pandemic has greatly affected women in employment, and it's going to be difficult for many of them to go forward, going from here on. And we're in 2022, and we're still not sure what else is coming around the corner for us. As usual, when major events like war, conflicts, terrorism, and a pandemic that almost shuts down the planet happens, everyone is affected. However, someone or group will be disproportionately affected. The return to normal or status quo will be difficult for some vulnerable groups, especially when their normal was not that great to start with. Sadly, decision-making and decision-makers often don't pay attention, so problem persists and continues to affect society. The effect is seemingly quiet, but widespread and fundamental. Globally, women were affected career-wise. The job losses and the inability to return to work increased roles when schools closed down. A lot of people went from just preparing their kids to going to school to becoming the teachers themselves at home. Even those who had to do the Zoom calls had to have one hand holding a baby while they continued what they were doing. The decrease in many people's earnings, the increase in domestic violence. I had to sit through a few meetings to deliberate on how to get certain people to safe houses because they were stuck at home with their abusers. The many cases of sexual and gender-based violence and the furor on social media afterwards. The race to enact and revise laws to keep up. By the time a lot of things happened in the course of the lockdown, where it seems criminality and crimes of a certain type had increased, a lot of states had to run to domesticate the Violence Against Persons Act. Even the core northern states that didn't want to see it realized that they were in deep trouble and they needed a way to get around certain things. The change in mindset that now tilts towards conservatism with a pandemic happening and a fear of the population of the planet, there is now the tilt towards conservatism and women likely losing certain rights. Now, on the board is what I've been at in the past few years. I came in with a few copies of this to give to the dean, if it can be mentioned in your gender and the law classes, as it's my own way of stepping down the knowledge. It's important we know what happens in certain parts of our society. We call it the butterfly's wings. It's happening in the Northeast, but we didn't know that what we called every other Tuesday or every other Sunday in the Nigerian Middle Belt or in the North will happen in Owo. So it's important that we brace ourselves and prepare for certain things. Here's what I've been up to in the last few years. I've been conducting training classes under the broad topics of access to justice for women in terrorism, gender-sensitive measures for victims of terrorism, protective measures for victims, rights of victims, and evidence gender considerations. I've been utilizing the training module on gender dimensions, the picture I just showed you. I've been speaking to an audience consisting of judges, prosecutors, legal aid counsel, battlefield investigators, and other key players involved in ensuring that trials for persons accused of terrorism in Nigeria is done. It's been on a small hiatus because conducting most of the trials in the barracks in KNG has had to stop for a short while. This task has ensured that I was away from home a lot, and when the lockdown happened, I had to be in the front of the camera giving remote lectures or sending pre-recorded sessions. But while at it, these two pictures sparked debates. Meritocracia. This annoys a lot of people whenever I bring up this photo. And that is the fact that you are looking at a set of people and one person has to run the same race, but these are right in front of them. These are tasks, these are chores and times of the day that you don't get back because you have to focus on certain things. It seems small, but it's the determinant in whether we get ahead as fast as people who don't have such tasks before them. And then to bring my points further, whenever I do these classes, I bring up this photo of the local woman that is the very picture of the women from the Nigerian's Northeast that I usually have to speak about. And I tell people that the difference between the woman in the previous picture and this current woman right here, they are doing the same set of chores. But one person has got electricity and one person has incomes. That is me in the evenings. I garden. So, and then if there's no light for me to power the washing machine, I'm going to do that laundry by hand. Whether I like it or not, I have to do it. If I show up less than pristine, you're going to hear comments like, don't you know you're a woman? You have to put yourself together. So the world is less forgiving of me if my house is dirty, if my appearance is not perfect, or if I don't get certain tasks done. So, and then the last picture here is just the one we call wife material. This is what most people picture when they say wife material. Yes. So I have no story to attach to this one other than to annoy you. So, okay. Sorry, your system has gone to sleep. I'm not moving. Okay. Okay. So, like I said, we live in dystopia. Here are the crimes committed against women. Rape at the top of the list. forced marriages where violent extremists will invade a village and then with a gun in hand gets to pick who it is they want to marry. They pick whoever it is, and then a few words is said in front of a cleric, and boom, somebody is married. So there were a lot of forced marriages. There were sex slaves and forced prostitution, depending on where they fell along their lines of beliefs. Forced pregnancy, births, and abandoned children in the Maiduguri axis. Okay. There's 4 more minutes. Okay. And the bad blood tagged, the children who have been tagged bad blood. And of course, the domestic labor and slavery, which people didn't really pay much attention to, but was integral to the success of those who carry out attacks. And that is the fact that a combatant who has to sit down to wait for their food to finish cooking will not be that successful. So the need to attack a school full of girls to capture them was just to have people who will cover certain chores and tasks for them to free their hands to do what they need to do. So as you can see, gender cuts across everything, and the gender roles that they expect women to play has been part of what has aided them so far. Those have been used as suicide bombers, the displacement and loss of home and livelihood, the sex for survival at the IDP camps. And of course, I'm not going to only talk about the victims. There have been willing participants, those who are the spies, the combatants, the minders and groomers, those involved in gun runnings, food suppliers, moral supporters, financiers, and the mother of future fighters whose job it is to nurture and train the next set of people to continue the cause. Sorry, it's still not moving. Why I worry? Gender matters. Gender cuts across everything, even in areas that you don't expect that it affects people. Many crimes are gender specific, but the laws and remedies are gender neutral. Not paying attention to gender aspects and dimension may cause and exacerbate some societal problems. It is the right thing to do if you consider gender before you take a lot of decisions. It prevents you from making errors or coming across as stone deaf. The Nigerian lawmakers and key decision makers don't want to hear the word gender. Every bill that's had the word gender or woman in it has been tossed out. A case in point is the Terrorism Prevention Act that came out last month. As at the time I got the draft earlier in the year, despite all the advocacy of including sexual and gender-based crimes as acts of terrorism, right now, before the act was passed, it was thrown out. The particular sections that we had worked to have put in, and especially with even the children affected by terrorism, all those acts have been left, all those sections of the act were left out. And of course, international best practices. More issues, not wanting to domesticate the Rome statutes, of course, and not even mentioning sexual and gender-based violence as acts of terrorism, reluctance to mention SGBV. Certain individuals may escape answering for specific crimes due to this delay and reluctance. The law and the state actors responsible for carrying out this creates a dichotomy that may allow cases to fall through the act. This is an entire topic on its own. These issues that are already not top priorities have low success rates at prosecuting. They require impossible standards of proof, will face delays in the justice system, have victims who battle with negative societal norms and harmful cultural practices, and are often coerced to adopt traditional systems of justice that don't favor them. And let's not forget stigmatization, re-victimization, and retaliation. So what do we do? I'm only asking that we change the perception. Gender is not a bad word. Avoid tokenism, an option of last resort. When you call people into a room to discuss things, don't at the last minute say, oh, I think we need women in here. It should be the first thing you should do, to ask people to come into the room and then pick people on their merits. avoid whataboutism and shouting down of narratives. When you are standing up to say a story, to say, this is what is happening, this is what is happening, and then there's somebody from the side trying to derail your story from the side to tell you, what about social story? Try to be objective. The many unwritten rules of masculinity and femininity, it affects us all. The rules, the toxic masculinity of boys don't cry, my time is up, and the rules of femininity of, if I'm shown to be tough, it's not going to help me. I have to lessen my voice and be smaller to be accepted as feminine. We need everyone and varying points of view where decisions are made. And we see how societies that strive for gender balance look like. Let's take a few pointers. So with that, I said that will be all for now. Let's continue this discussion on the group chat. Thank you for listening, and this has been a wonderful event. Let's do this again. Thank you.
Thank you, Comfort. This takes us out of the ordinary, and it was quite an interesting one as well. Our fifth speaker for today is Mrs. Nkechi Usani. She will be speaking on her favorite sections of the Cross River State Administration of Criminal Justice Law of 2016. Let me give a brief bio of Nkechi. She is the acting chief registrar of the newly constituted Cross River State Customary Court of Appeal. She started her career in private legal practice before crossing to a telco. In 2010, she made a career switch to the public service, where she headed the regulatory department of the Cross River State Tourism Bureau. In 2014, she transferred her service to the Cross River State Judiciary, where she has at various times headed the probate court, the prison decongestion court, a family court, and regular courts within and outside Calabar. Please join me in welcoming to the podium Mrs. Nkechi Usani.
Good afternoon, everyone. It gives me great joy, pleasure. I feel privileged and honored to stand on this stage today. It's especially so looking and seeing my classmates, many of whom I haven't seen in decades, but I have to admit all of you look really, really good and haven't aged a day. Please give you. Thank you very much. We also do acknowledge the presence of Mrs. Ezugu's son, who was breastfeeding when we were doing criminal law. He says he's studying architecture, but I think he's a law student, at least by association, and we should allow him that. My topic this afternoon is less glitzy than what we've been talking about. We're going to go down to where the dregs of society are. We're going to be talking about the Criminal Justice Administration. It's not an area of law many of us want to go into. We don't want to be called ambulance chasers and all of that, coming before magistrates' courts and the high courts. But it is, the criminal justice system is one of the things that underpins a society that works, a society that has order. And if we really do think about it, you know, I'd like to say that there are more criminals in boardrooms than in the magistrates and high courts and in the police stations, if you ask me. So we're going to be talking about one of the most significant pieces of legislation that regulates criminal justice system, and that's none other than the Administration of Criminal Justice Act of 2015, and its a compatriot at the state level, which is the Administration of Criminal Justice Law of Cross River State of 2016. Now, criminal justice before the advent of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act of 2015 was governed principally by two major legislations. It was governed by the Criminal Procedure Act in the South and the Criminal Procedure Code or the Penal Code in the North. The Criminal Procedure Act, like I said earlier, is applicable in southern Nigeria. It started life as Ordinance 42 of 1945, take note of the date, and was reenacted as Ordinance 43 of 1948. I counted about 26 amendments between 1948 and 1990, and I became familiar with the legislation as a law student when it was around when it became Cap 80 of the Laws of the Federation of Nigeria of 1990, and in practice as Cap 41 of the Laws of Federation of Nigeria of 2004. The Criminal Procedure Code, it was enacted by the Northern Region in 1960, and following the creation of states in 1967, applied to all northern states. I'm not sure how comprehensive my research was, but I found just one amendment of that law in 1963. Now, what this means is, like I said, take note of the dates. We had the Criminal Procedure Act that was enacted as Ordinance 42 of 1945. And until 2015, when the Administration of Criminal Justice Act was enacted, that was what governed the administration of criminal justice in Nigeria. Of course, the clamor for change was high, and that was not surprising, simply because the principal legislations did not give effect to the provisions of the Constitution. So you had the Constitution guaranteeing certain rights of individuals, the presumption of innocence, the right to dignity, to your personal liberty. But these legislations did not give effect to that. They were outmoded, dinosaurs. They were prehistoric, from 1945. And it had more in common with injustice than justice. Most of those who were the stakeholders in the justice system, it left them frustrated. The complainants, the defendants, the institutions, CSOs, the police, the judiciary, the Ministry of Justice, everybody was left frustrated because, you only knew when a matter was starting, you had no idea when it was going to end. There was mostly no closure. The matters were, the adjudication was slow, prosecution was slow. There was rarely ever any closure, no acquittals, no convictions. And of course, it swelled the ranks of those who were awaiting trial in the prisons. You hear it at talk shops and all of that, prison decongestion. But it was until I sat at the prison decongestion court that I understood just the magnitude of it. At the African prison then where I sat, up to 80% of the inmates there were awaiting trial. Many of them hadn't been to court in years, and their matters had just fallen through the cracks. They had been forgotten. And so these were the real issues that stakeholders were grappling with the administration of criminal justice in Nigeria. Of course, it was prone to abuse. We had various things where, arrest in lieu, someone went to report you to the police, and if they didn't find you, any of your relations or associates would do. They would pick you up. Of course, torture. The inhumane treatment of detainees. They forgot, everybody knows the Nigerian police. They have no idea what the presumption of innocence is. And if you think that it's just with the suspects whom you come to report, perish the thought. Because even you, the complainant, the tables could turn very quickly, on you. And of course, the system was riddled with corruption, It had, like I said, had more in common with injustice than justice. Next slide, please. This situation gave rise to this quote that I have on the projector. And it was given by none other than another proud product of the University of Lagos, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, when he was Attorney General of Lagos State and presenting a series of proposals for the reform of the criminal justice system in Lagos State. And he said, and I quote, "An effective criminal justice system is fundamental to the maintenance of law and order. Criminal justice, because it addresses behavioral issues, must be dynamic and proactive. Consequently, many of the provisions are outdated and in some cases anachronistic. Besides, the loopholes in the laws and procedure have become so obvious that lawyers, especially defense lawyers, have become masters in dilatory tactics. It has thus become increasingly difficult to reach closure of any kind. In many criminal cases, convictions or acquittals have become exceedingly rare." Next slide, please. Keeps taking me back. Okay. And so, of course, like I said, the clamor for change from the status quo had started, but it gained a lot of, it reached a crescendo with the advent of civilian rule in 1999. And of course, as is usual, Lagos State took the lead with the enactment of the Administration of Criminal Justice Law of Lagos State in 2007. The Administration of Criminal Justice Bill of 2004, the ACJ bill, was the brainchild of the Presidential Committee on the Reform of the Administration of Justice in Nigeria. This committee, through the bill, sought to merge the two principal pieces of legislation into one, to be cited as the Administration of Criminal Justice Act of 2005. And I'd like for you to appreciate the fact that this bill had been presented in 2005, but was only eventually passed in 2015. So Obasanjo came and went, Yaradua came and went, Jonathan was going to come and go until on the eve of his going, he signed the ACJ into law. In fact, there are many people who will tell you that that perhaps was the most significant thing that he did. The Administration of Criminal Justice Act of 2015 was applicable to all federal courts, as well as the courts of the Federal Capital Territory. How does it do this? Cross River story. Cross River has always enjoyed a very healthy relationship with the NGOs. I mean, we were home to all sorts, the UNODC, the UNICEF, Fury Law, the MacArthur Foundation, and they really indeed have helped us get quite a lot done. We're not very wealthy, but we can be very ingenious in pushing our agenda, and we've had these partners in progress who have helped us over the years. And so as soon as the Administration of Criminal Justice Act of 2015 was enacted, we kicked into high gear in Cross River. Of course, one of the things that we do very well in Nigeria is hold talk shops, and anything and everything is an opportunity to have seminars, workshops, brainstorming sessions, and we went the whole hog, and it culminated in our signing, the enactment of our own Administration of Criminal Justice Law on the 1st of October 2016. The funny thing was, even though that law was assented to by the governor on that date, we did not see a copy of the law until 2018. And so it was only in 2018 that we were able to begin to apply the law in Cross River. Shadi, are you going to make provision for this pointer? Anyway, the Administration of Criminal Justice Law of Cross River State 2016 is very similar to the Administration of Criminal Justice Act of 2015. It has 49 parts and 492 sections. The Administration of Criminal Justice Act also has 49 parts but 495 sections. It makes robust provisions for the types of arrests, monthly inspections of places of detention, the creation of the Police Criminal Records Registry, the trial of corporations, creation of the regulation for trial times. Slide change. Oh my goodness. Yes. Made provisions for regulation of trial time. So trials had to be commenced within a certain time limit, and if you couldn't, you had to make returns to the chief judge. Ensured, abolished the discrimination against women as sureties and witnesses, data collection and reports, the judicial oversight of detention centers, the abolishing of lay prosecution, the abolishment also of stay of proceedings, made copious provisions for non-custodial sentences, and the power of the court to order payment of expenses, compensation, damages, and restitution. Now we go to my favorites. In my work as a magistrate sitting in court, one of the things that you're hampered by is the fact that you want to do substantial justice, but you find that most of the tools that you have do not allow you to. And where you try to veer, you are and what had happened. This can no longer happen. Well, we hope so. The humane treatment of suspects. This is something that everybody who has been in a police station knows happens, continues to happen, but the impunity, at least in my neck of the woods, is less than it was before. One of the things, quite apart from torture, you know, regular things like you arrest someone and you ask them, you strip them of their clothes. And when I used to go on inspections of police stations, I used to ask, why are you stripped? Why are they in their underwear? And you know, one of the station officers thought he was being smart and said to me, oh, your worship, it's because they want to commit suicide. I said, he wants to commit suicide because he stole a phone? Okay, so if he wants to commit suicide, how will his trousers, you know, aid his commission of suicide? And if you're worried about the commission of suicide, why aren't the women stripped also? You know, so those were some of the questions that they didn't have answers to. The recording of details of suspects is also something that is very, very important. I remember a case that had James Onanife Ibori, when I think he was standing for election or re-election, I can't remember, but one of the allegation against him at the time was that he had been convicted at a Buhari magistrate's court for stealing building materials. And one of the things that he said at the time in his defense was that he wasn't the one. Now, if this provision of the law was available at the time and the records were taken, his name, his address, his occupation, facial marks, his height, his thumbprints, we would have been able to say, well, we know it is you. Because, well, if anything, if the events that happened after his conviction in the UK, we know that stealing wasn't something that he started when he became governor. So these would have helped that. And it's also very important for the collation of data, because we have sentencing guidelines for whenever, you know, you hear a matter. And you have mitigating and aggravating circumstances. For generally, if you're in my court and you're a first-time offender, you're not likely to go to jail. But I have no information before me to be able to make that decision, because sometimes, because of the fluidity of movement, someone may have committed a crime and been convicted elsewhere, you know, and then he comes into jurisdiction and you have no idea. You know, an example of this is one time, the national park was in my former court, was in my jurisdiction, and one of the things that happened is that they found a logger who had come in all the way from Akure to log in the national park and had been brought to me. And so those are just some of the provisions that make life easier and give effect to the meaning of the administration of criminal justice. The recording of confessional statements is another one. We haven't gone so far in Cross River State because it makes it still discretionary to record confessional statements. The remedy of suspects detained in custody, very, very important, because, of course, we know the police, they just pick you up and they dump you there. Now, you can come before a magistrate and make an oral application, and the magistrate can make an order based on your oral application to either grant bail or compel the police to bring the matter to court. Judicial Oversight Detention Centers, I can't say enough about it. Every month, you know, I have to behave like a James Bond and devise new means to inspect police stations so you don't tell them. There was a time, so in my jurisdiction, I used to have the area command and the police station. Now, what I used to do was, I used to reverse roles, you know, and surprise them. I'd be coming from work, and I'll just park my car in front of the police station and call my registrar, my clerk, and say, okay, come and meet me here. And on one of those such occasions, I saw them, look, basically carrying someone out in his underwear out of the station, and they were scrubbing his name off the board. And I said to him, where are you taking him to? He said, no, he's not a suspect. He's not a detainee. We are releasing him. I said, you are releasing this person that you are jacking to the back like this. You know, and that's what happens very often in our police stations. Non-custodial sentences, it is such a welcome development. As someone who has sat in prison, the congestion court, I cannot say enough about it. Too many of the offenses for which people are detained are not necessary. They have no cause to be there. No cause, absolutely no cause. It is a travesty that over 70% of the people who are detained in our custodial centers are people who are awaiting trial. And so that's a welcome development. The power of the court to order payments of expenses, compensation, damages, and restitution. This is also one of my favorites. There was a matter that I did shortly before I was appointed as the acting chief registrar, where a man had been married to a woman, and the marriage had produced, I think, eight children, 5 boys and 3 girls. And the man decided he wanted to marry someone else. And the woman said, fine. you can go, but you have to leave me with something to train these 8 children we have had together. And so the community mediated, and they gave her pieces of farmland, which she gave onto her sons. The man fell on hard times and decided that he would come back, you know, to, to collect the farmland. And the community said, no, you cannot do that. And so what did he do? He used our hired guns, the police, started harassing the children and all of that. Went so far, I mean, I can't go into the details, but he went so far, had them detained and all of that. And when the matter came before me, and as it began to unravel, I saw what it was that had been happening. And when I eventually gave judgment in that matter, I ordered compensation to be paid to the children. And I also fined the police officers who had been used to cause those children to harass them. Next slide, please, before Shade beats me. It's not yet Uhuru. There's a lot to be done. There is a lot to be done in spite of all the wonderful things that the Administration of Criminal Justice Law allows us to do. But it's not yet Uhuru. Funding, Owonikoko, N&K. It is very important. You can speak all the grammar, you can make all the nice laws, but if there is no funding to give effect to those things that you do, then it is rubbish. We need the human resources, the IT resources, the advocacy for all stakeholders. Many magistrates, many judges do not understand the powers that they have in the Administration of Criminal Justice Act and law. We also need to strengthen the institutions. Legal Aid Council. Many of the people who are in my court are indigent. They have no idea. Now, in my court, they know that if you're a first-time offender, it's unlikely that you're going to jail. So what the prosecutor does is tells them, when you go before, just tell her you are guilty. It's a crime. She will give you community service. You know? But if many of the times, that's also because the police do not have the ingredients. I mean, laziness, lack of manpower, no forensics, hampers their investigation. So if they can secure a conviction by asking the suspects to plead guilty, then they'll do that. And that's where it becomes important to strengthen institutions like the Legal Aid Council, the judiciary, the police, the CSOs, and you know, just to give effect to what it is that this beautiful piece of legislation is supposed to do. I believe that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nkechi. We definitely enjoyed hearing you speak, but we couldn't let you go on and on. But it was really nice hearing all you had to say to us. Thank you. Our final speaker for today is Mr. Laolu Osoyin. Laolu will be speaking on development of medical legal practice in Nigeria. Laolu is an internationally renowned medical legal consultant. He is the vice president of the World Association of Medical Law. He currently serves as the first and only African on the board of governors of the World Association for Medical Law. Laolu is the chair, Committee on Medicine and the Law of the Nigerian Bar Association section on legal practice. He is the founder and convener of the Nigerian Medical Law Summit, and he is the chief counsel of First Counsel Solicitors, a medical legal consultancy firm in Nigeria. Please join me in welcoming Laolu to the podium.
Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. Like Shade is doing here, I will be debating, so I'll be very fast. Mr. Chairman, accurate directors, what did they say? Timekeeper, and my co-debaters. My name is Laolu Osoyin, and I'm here to debate to you that medical law is not only medical negligence. And essentially for us to know that there are indeed the other areas. So when I say I practice medical laws, although it is true that I probably resume in the hospital almost every day without being a patient, but it isn't only about medical negligence. And a lot of people have that misconception that essentially that's all that is to do about medical legal practice. So I'm on the board of the World Association for Medical Law. If you can identify me there, you can try. I'm probably the lightest person so we are the medical legal consultants with the International Criminal Court and WHO. So did you know that medical malpractice is not the only aspect in medical legal practice? People also mix medical malpractice with medical negligence. Medical malpractice is divided into two. One has to do with the behavior as a medical practitioner. The other has to do with the standard of care you give. So I give two examples of cases here. This is a case. I used to write cases on my presentations. This is the case, one of the cases we handled, Dr. Kitade. The doctor carried out the major surgery on a 65-year-old obese patient who was predisposed to diabetes without testing the patient for diabetes. The patient developed operation complication arising from diabetic status and she died subsequently. This doctor was suspended for inadequate standard of care given. So this, for example, is medical negligence. Now talk about behavior now. This happened in Uroha. Dr. Vital SCM Huhyum Mobi, who in the process of attending to female patients, related indecently with the said patient in the consulting room and on several other occasions in teaching hospital, had related indecently with other female patients. He also was reported to have conducted vaginal examination on several patients with ungloved fingers. He was found guilty of professional negligence and his name was struck off the register of doctors. So that clearly shows to you medical malpractice. It can be negligence, it can be misconduct, behavior or standard. But there are other aspects of medical legal practice. Legislation. I'll be privileged to be part of those who wrote the ethical guidelines on assisted reproductive technology. Privileged to be part of those that wrote the guidelines on cosmetic procedures. We find out that when government sits and says they want to do reforms in the health sector, we find very few legal practitioners there, essentially because they can't speak their language. So what they just do is they just use the lawyer as the secretary of such, because the lawyer isn't medico-legally trained. And most lawyers haven't developed themselves professionally after obtaining, LLB or LLM. So we find out that there are lots of areas where lawyers can really, really earn a lot of income. I said conception, surrogacy, areas where there are no existing laws, adoption, transfer of sperm across borders, transfer of ovaries, things like that. Can I and my girlfriend deposit an embryo in a fertility center? What will happen if we break up? We don't have lawyers in those areas. And look at it, also in the executive too. All hospitals in this country have management boards, and by law, there are lawyers there. But you find out that the only thing lawyers do there is to perfect land title. Because they are not medico-legally trained. So even when they bring a gunshot victim, the lawyer in that government hospital doesn't know it. He will still tell you to go and get a police permit. What do you do when a 9-year-old child comes to your hospital and the doctor says this child needs blood? And the mother says, no, I'm Jehovah's Witness. What does the lawyer tell him? He doesn't know because he's not medico-legally trained. So there are areas where lawyers can work. Ethical committees. Somebody wants to donate a kidney. There are protocols for it. Ethical committees for pharmaceutical companies. The story of Trovan that happened in Kano. White men came in as health workers, Doctors Without Borders, as if they were helping through the meningitis program, meningitis pandemic, not knowing that they were just testing and removing serums and blood samples of Nigerian patients, giving them various drugs and seeing in a year after, half of the people they claimed they treated were blind or deformed. Used us as human guinea pigs. But there were lawyers involved who did not understand that there were ethical considerations to be involved in such instances. Judiciary. I go to the coroner's court. I see judges too themselves do not understand the medico-legal legal space. And lawyers bungle cases for their clients. Half of my cases have died at the High Court. Because lawyers use the same mentality of you fighting for oil or presidential election to a medical legal case of a man whose wife has died. You can fight an oil well matter for 7, 10 years. You know, you accrue interest. The man that his wife dies will not fund the case after 3 years. He has a girlfriend now. He has moved on. So there has to be ways in which you settle. In the private sector too. So this is Professor Thomas Noguchi. He's #1 pathologist in the world. He did the autopsy of Marilyn Monroe. He did the autopsy of JFK. Autopsy of Robert Kennedy. He's #1 medical legal expert in the world. These are the people who will tell you that no, this guy did not die from a gunshot. He fell because the projectile or the bullet could not have hit an artery. How many people have we buried in Nigeria with doubtful deaths, questionable deaths? Which takes me to where lawyers can also work with the State Medical Examiners Board. Questionable deaths. So we have a lot. Look at it. Medical legal. Then for private sector, retainers are there. The advantage in when you practice medical legal, most of my clients have big law firms servicing their debentures and their private placements. And what is medical legal? They don't move near it because they don't know it. So because it's a niche area of law, my clients will have the Alexes. But when it comes to, doctor, this has amputated the wrong leg, they won't give it to those people because they know I can speak their language. And how is that possible? Developing yourself in that area of law. This is Professor Lashma Kama. I met him in Hollywood, California. Very interesting man. He did the autopsy of Michael Jackson. And he deceived single-handedly the entire world by putting an ambulance on the street of California and saying that, oh, that's Michael Jackson's corpse going to the California, California, Los Angeles Medical Examiner's Office. Meanwhile, he has snuck in an ambulance and an helicopter, picked Michael Jackson's corpse, take Michael Jackson's corpse to the hospital while he was deceiving all of us with CNN, showing an ambulance, and people were throwing flowers at the ambulance for 2 hours. Before the ambulance got to the hospital, they had finished the autopsy. That was where, there was a lecture delivered to us, we found out that the only solid thing in Michael Jackson's stomach, tablets. And naturally, they did toxicology, and they found propofol and other serious medications, which meant that Michael Jackson was living as if he was in a theater. Propofol is what you use for serious operations. But that was what Michael Jackson was using to go to bed. Private sector, this is huge. Artificial intelligence, telemedicine, telementoring. Oh, huge legal issues there. Telementoring is where my boss, Professor Bolodioku, is a professor and head consultant of brain surgery, but he's currently in California, and he's directing me Laulu in Nunikon on an operation. Am I making sense? Now, the question will be, where he's telling me, go take the incision to the left. Is he licensed to practice in California? Where he's instructing me? That's telemedicine and telementoring now, where technology is being used to advance medical practice. This is Bennett Omalu. He's the one that founded chronic traumatic encephalitis. They did a film on him called Concoction. One that found out that hitting of heads together makes those athletes eventually commit suicide or kill themselves. So he found wrestlers, American footballers, who usually give themselves headbutts, had proclivity of having CTE, chronic traumatic encephalitis. Private care can also defend medical practitioners. That is even the easiest. They pay well. because they know that their licenses are at stake. Then you can also lecture in the faculties of law, colleges of medicine, nursing school, national postgraduate medical colleges. I gave a paper here, University of Coimbra in Portugal, on the Ebola patient migration, when I talked about the patient who had diplomatic immunity during the Ebola crisis and entered the Nigerian airspace. You couldn't arrest him. You couldn't detain him because he claimed he was an ambassador. But yet, he had what? An infectious disease. What do you do in such instances? Public law needs to be amended. You know, so, this was in Japan, University of Waseda, where I spoke on dispute resolution in medical practice. And I told myself, if people can negotiate, if people can buy ticket to London, and I give you terms and conditions, if I can go to my dry cleaner and I give me terms and conditions, why can't patients come to my clients' hospitals and the hospital will give you terms and conditions? So I brought about what is called the arbitration clause. Some of my hospitals use it now. For non-emergency patients who walk into Reddington, sorry, I'm not mentioning names, walk into some hospitals, for non-emergency, I want to register my wife for antenatal. We will put it there. Should there be a dispute in this relationship, parties must explore alternative dispute resolution, which essentially means that you will not run to court, first of all, to institute a matter against my hospital. So when we started doing that, we found out that we had a massive drop in futile, unnecessary litigations. I have a case I'm handling now. A patient is in my hospital for 1 billion naira because he did COVID test on a Monday. He was positive. His daughter, 10-year-old daughter, did COVID test on a Monday. She was positive. And on Tuesday, she did it. She was negative. And now this lawyer couched it in such a way that that child now has post-traumatic stress disorder. That child has sleep disorder. That child is not, like a 10-year-old child doesn't even know the implication of having been. But again, medically, you can be positive today and negative tomorrow, isn't it? You know, so we get frivolous lawsuits. So if we have things like arbitration clauses, it will help you in mitigating unnecessary litigation. As I end, malpractice happens everywhere. This is a case. Mortuary attendant releases corpse to the wrong family on burial day. It happened. Her name is Mrs. Ayoka Buhari. Her body got missing at TOS mortuary at Bagada General Hospital. So what happened was the family, two families had two corpses. The first family came, and then the mortuary attendant wrongly packaged this corpse, gave it to them. So when the other family now came and said, that's not our mother. Are you sure? Look well, oh. I said, no, that's not our mother. They say, there seems to be a problem. What's the problem? I think we gave your mother to the wrong family. So by the time they ran to maybe Songwater from Bagada or somewhere, so they said, sorry, sir, there's an error. What's the error? That is not your wife. The man said, I'm sorry, that he has buried his wife, that he has plastered the grave, and he wasn't going to exhume it. So thank you for listening. We'll take questions.
Thank you very much, Lalu. That was an interesting close to our panel speaking session. So we'll quickly move on to the question and answer session. Do we have any questions from the floor? Due to timing, we'll only be able to take a question per speaker. Do we have any question from the floor, please? All right, so I'll just... please, from this table, of course. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm particularly fascinated by the presentation by Yvonne, because that's my own area of interest. Now, when you concluded, you mentioned some problems, with going forward. And particularly because you are a chief registrar, you may be able to take this forward. One problem that I have seen with attempt to implement the Administration of Criminal Justice Act and laws is that we've not taken time to do a costing of what it will cost, what it will take to implement all the provisions. Even Lagos that has started since 2007, at the last count, the police has only 2 statement-taking rooms fully equipped in the whole of Lagos. So we need to, the judiciary, you can take a stock. What is it going to cost for us to implement the aspect of the criminal justice that concerns the judiciary? If you ascertain the cost, then you can then have a plan of 20, 25 years. If it is 50 million we will devote next year, then the subsequent years, then over a period of time we'll have implemented it. Otherwise, you will be amazed that in 50 years, we will have provisions in that law that have not been implemented. So I think that's something that I just wanted to chip in. Thank you.
Well, I just want to congratulate all the speakers, and I want us to give them another round of applause, please. They've given us fantastic lectures. And as the Dean of Faculty of Law, I just want to say this, that, we are also looking at deepening our clinical education. And I'm quite confident that listening to to the speakers today, we now have quite a sizable number of people who could come to the faculty and then interact with our students and expose them to some of these clinically oriented ideas that we've had today. These are the things we need to do to deepen knowledge and also advance the application of laws. So I must thank you for inviting us here indeed. And of course, to also let you know that you've given very fantastic lectures. I have just 1 or 2 comments in some areas. Now, for the regulators, yes, I'm just wondering whether, in the compilation of these rules and regulations, there is also some housekeeping done to ensure or to eliminate conflicts. Because sometimes when you look at the rules that you have in the rule book and you match it with the SEC Consolidated Rules of 2013, you do run into conflict situations. Then what happens? At what point in time should we be conducting this kind of stock taking so that we can eliminate those kind of conflict situations? Then you look at 3 related rules. First of all, you take CAMA, you take the ISA and the rules, and then of course the rule book of 2015. The purchases of, so when you look at that and you see conflicts, the ISA talks about the conflict between ISA and perhaps CAMA, and ISA overrides when it relates to market operations, which is never defined in that act. However, so when you then have rules that negate on the face of it the provisions of ISA, when you have ISA Act or rules that negate the provisions of CAMA, how do you resolve it, particularly when they do not relate to market operations? Why should there be conflict between the SEC rules and the stock exchange rules? There shouldn't really be, but there are conflicts. So those are some of the concerns I have that I want you to note. I don't know, I've enjoyed all these lectures, and in the area of judicial presidents, I just was going to mention that why it is desirable that we have judicial presidents for purposes of predictability and also the management of transaction costs that comes to unnecessary variations of what is acceptable for lawyers in the advisory services. If you cannot rely on the fact that this is what the state of the law is as at now, then you open up a lot of costs for those who are offering advisory services. And it is really cost effective. And it affects even our political situation in the country. And that is why it is desirable. But I was also going to mention that, as desirable as it is, my own observation is that judges must be very sensitive, must be creative, and they must be responsive in the application of laws. If we have judges that are confident and realize the nuances and the implications of applying laws to divergent and different situations, of course, there will be some moderation and we can be moving on without being shackled down by judicial precedents. I think those are some of my observations. Thank you very much. Of course, Madam, I also enjoy your technology and the law and all of that. I mean, just fantastic lecture. And my own appeal is that we have the contact of those that have presented. I will take it at some of the people I may be calling upon to come to the faculty and interface with our students. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Sorry I was late. So I have a question for you, Laulu. You said something about great presentations, sorry. You said something about arbitration and medical disputes. Given that most arbitrations involve contractual matters, I'm just wondering, have you faced a situation where there was a challenge in relation to the subject matter that you sought to take to arbitration? Because I would expect that medical disputes, I'm not sure, do you sign a contract when you get to the hospital, or how does that work?
Okay, so I just have a few questions from the audience for the speakers. Toyin has one waiting to be answered. Lalu has one. I'll add one more each, and then I have one each for the remaining speakers. And then they can take their turns. If we keep it to 1 minute, we're almost at the end of the session, then we can move on to the next item. So for Toyin, in your experience, are there cases of conflict between or an overlap of regulatory powers? How do you resolve this at the regulatory level? And what advice would you give practitioners caught in such situations? So you can take the two answers when you get the mic shortly. And for Lalu, are you aware of any Nigerian law faculty offering any undergraduate or graduate course in the area of health or medical law? What role do you think law faculties in Nigerian universities have to play in addressing the dearth of knowledge in medical and health law? So that's the second question for you, Lalu. So I will take one question for Yewande. What is that part of technology that you think as, instead of enhancing legal practice, has undermined it? For Comfort, the question I have here is, in your experience, what has been the biggest roadblock in our society in making progress on gender matters? Right, and I have one for Nkechi as well. Benchmarking with other states in Nigeria, where can you place the Cross River State Administration of Criminal Justice Law of 2016? So we'll go as the speakers are seated and get the answers to our questions.
All right, thank you. In terms of the aspect of technology that has undermined the law, I think the thing about technology is that it could be an enabler and it could also be sort of a disruptor. And a disruptor when not properly managed. When you think about the fact that today there are alternative legal service providers who are able to leverage technology, much like they do in other areas of business and services, to provide legal services without the requisite legal knowledge or qualification. And there are no checks, particularly because these services are offered via the internet. Then you know that this area is something that actually can undermine legal services. I think when you go online, and anyone can do that right now, and you just type in a request, you will find things popping up. You have no means of verifying whether the providers of these services are lawyers. They will incorporate for you. They would give you advice. And these things, because there are no standards, there are no checks, that in itself undermines legal service. But that being said, I am an advocate for technology being an enabler. And it is just the way it is marshaled and the manner in which it is utilized. The NBA has a role to play, as has been done in other jurisdictions. The rules of professional conduct, the Legal Practitioners Act needs to be expanded to recognize the delivery of legal services via alternative means. But there has to be a pre-qualification. When you see these sites popping up, there should be checks. Now, the NCC, also the NITSDA, they've got roles to play in relation to these things, because whilst the NBA may put rules together, much like some of the challenges we've identified in other areas, if there is no enforcement, no ability to check, then there is going to be the incursion of legal services, the legal practice by people who masquerade using technology as providers of legal services. So for me, that is the biggest threat to the legal practice that we have.
Thank you, Prof, for the two questions that you raised. I would start with those ones. You had asked whether, with regard to rulemaking, we have any housekeeping to eliminate conflicts within market rules, the SEC consolidated rules, the NGX rules, and the rest of them. Yes, we do have a bit of housekeeping. We have what you call the rulemaking procedure of the exchange at the exchanges level. I wrote the first draft of the rulemaking procedure of the exchange in 2013, and we have, as time has gone on, improved it. What we have in the course of making the rules is we start with what you call a rule owner, who is usually a subject matter expert. So that is the person who comes up with the proposal when you want to make the rules. This person is expected to be familiar with market practices, legislation, regulation, as well as international best practices in that regard. So that person brings that experience to bear in what is written. And then we have a committee that is made up of experts in the capital market, members of the board, staff members who are subject matter experts, as well as stockbrokers or representatives of listed companies on those committees when they consider the rules. They are bringing to bear experience as well with regard to practice, legislation, and regulation. And then the biggest one is exposure for stakeholders' comments. And then the documents, or whatever it is, the rules we're exposing, are put on our website for the total exposure period. The website has a free access. Anybody can access it. And you send your comments to the exchange in any form. Through that medium, we gather all the comments from stakeholders and use it to improve the content of what we have. It is a process that is painstaking. We gather all the comments. I'm sure my friends will make fun of my glasses. They become thicker over the years because I have to gather all the comments and respond to them the way I'm speaking, as if I'm speaking to you now, and take all the comments to the committee. Where I have responses that are not sufficient, I will be ordered to go back to do further research to satisfy what they are asking. And of course, it is expected that whoever is going to sit in the position of the head of rules and adjudication, or the rules and interpretation officer, or the disciplinary manager must first and foremost be a lawyer. Secondly, must have practiced, within this jurisdiction and have some experience. So we expect you to bring all that experience to bear in what you're doing whilst you're drafting. But of course, you remember that stakeholder intervention and comment and engagement is very, very important. So that helps us with regard to the housekeeping you're talking about. And then with regard to conflicts between provisions, we do understand the hierarchy of laws as well, and we know that when you have regulations for the capital market, you defer to the ISA. And of course, when you submit the regulations you have drafted at the exchanges level, you submit to your regulator. Every regulation, piece of regulation you have drafted at the exchange, or any amendment to any regulation, must be approved by the commission before it gets into law. So we expect that even if we have made a mistake at the exchanges level, the commission will catch it And even if we made the mistake in the course of exposure for stakeholders' comments, somebody in the industry will catch it. They're always harassing us at all from with regard to the rules we expose for comment. So we bring that into board, and then we take that on board, and then we make the corrections that we need to make so that the document is best for the consumption of our stakeholders. Where we have conflicts in provisions with regard to, let's say, from the CAMA's perspective or the ISA's perspective, I think stakeholder engagement, because I was asked that in my experience, what has happened. I was part of the Senate's Technical Committee on the review of ISA and CAMA in 2017, 2018. And then you have to join this network that is called the National Assembly Business Environment Roundtable, Experts Network, where they bring in persons who are familiar with these provisions to improve the ease of doing business in Nigeria. So anytime you are making these laws and new rules and regulation, you have something at the back of your mind to ease the doing of business. And then people who are familiar with this thing come with that understanding and knowledge to whatever it is they are contributing to the rulemaking. So in that regard, it is expected that that synergy of experts and collaboration with the regulators of the industry in respect of which you're making the rules would help you to avoid those kind of conflicts. And of course, everybody should understand their turf. When you're talking about money market, that is Central Bank of Nigeria. When you're talking about the capital market, that is the Securities and Exchange Commission. When you're talking about the administration of companies and rules and meetings and incorporation, you know that that is CAC. So everybody should know their turf and not attempt to encroach into other person's stuff. Where you find that, in spite of all those engagements, you still find that there are still conflicts, the best thing to do is to engage with the stakeholder or the regulator. Substantial engagement has been found to be very, very important. And of course, you engage with your regulator in a way that is constructive, not in a way that will tick off your regulator, get them upset with you. You are the one that is bringing the transaction to the market, billions, and the regulator has, I shouldn't say that, but I won't finish that statement. So you should engage in a way that is constructive so that you're able to carry out a transaction, satisfy your clients, deepen the market, enhance growth and development, and also improve legislation and regulation as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, the question that came in for me is the biggest challenges to gender equality, or okay, progress made on gender matters. To properly explain that, it usually takes me quite a few minutes to explain the concept of the poverty of time, where, yes, it's an entire lecture on its own, where I would have to put up a slide to show where the ease with which economy, money, education, and everything comes together to either enhance a person's life or pull you back in life. So it goes back to the basics of what happens directly from the homes and how people are conditioned and how it graduates itself all the way up into how this same set of human beings who think along a certain line still make their way into the corridors of power and make decisions a certain way. So as to what progress can be made, not much. Like in the course of the lecture that I gave earlier, the draft for the Terrorism Prevention Act has gone through. It was first passed in 2011 as a knee-jerk reaction after the bombings at Eagle Square. If not, they wouldn't have given a mind to it. And then it was later amended in 2013. After a lot of advocacy and a lot of meetings, even up to, let me even say it here, the National Assembly members were taken for retreat several times to get them to adjust the laws. And even then, by the time they sent the draft to the people who had been advocating to them, they had this in the law. And then at the last minute, by the time the law is passed and it goes to Gazette, you find that every single thing that you have asked for has been removed. So we are not making much of a progress. I have a funny story along this line. I showed up at a project steering committee, which I attend on counterterrorism. And I went to meet the person who represents the defense headquarters. I introduced myself. I said, I'm a researcher. I'm collating the numbers. I'm collating the cases. Can I have this? And the person was also asking me for materials. Asking me, I said, you are defense headquarters. You are the female soldier. Please, can you give me the numbers I need on this, and this? I said, I'm here to ask you as well. So no one really has the numbers. I could tell you what is happening at the gender units in Maiduguri, for instance, and how FIDA, Borono, and them are going head to head over certain issues. So yes, we are not making much of a progress, and that is why I still have a job. I still have speaking engagements. I'm booked till the end of the year to see several actors in the hopes that each time I hold the microphone, at least I'm making sense to people. I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
So my question was where I can place the Administration of Criminal Justice Law of Cross River State, benchmarking it against other states. I think we fared very, very well in Cross River in terms of legislation. We were the first state in Nigeria to enact sentencing guidelines for child offenders, right? Yeah. So we've done very well. We've enjoyed the partnership of INGOs. It's Tola here, I learned that this morning, of international NGOs. And usually when those sort of partners are involved with you in law, legislative enactment, you're usually exposed to best practices, especially since most of the times they're the ones funding it. So we measure very, very well against other states in Nigeria with the ACGL. I know the Lagos State the Lagos State version has undergone very many amendments already. We're not quite there yet because, like Prof said, we haven't, because of the issues around funding, and advocacy, we haven't explored most of the provisions of that law. But in terms of benchmarking the actual provisions, we've done very well in Cross River. Thank you.
So I have some questions here. I will answer Dolapo's question, that is medical practice a contract in the first place? And I'll share a true life experience. I was in California at a hotel called the Millennium Biltmore. That was where they had the first 20 Oscar awards. I went for a health law conference, and I sat with other medical legal experts. I went with my wife. My wife was an Igbo lady, Chinwe. So we sat down, was true life story, Singaporean restaurant, and my chair just broke, and I fell on the floor, flat on the floor. It was a wooden chair. So my friend said, Ola, don't move. My wife said, Chinekemeo, Laulu, stand up. They said, Ola, don't move. My wife said, Laulu, in the mighty name of Jesus, stand up and rise in Jesus' name. I was trying to wink at her. I said, Ola, we've called 911. Laulu, I have not come to America with a crippled husband. I shall not go back to Nigeria with a crippled. Stand up and rise. I got quite embarrassed. So I stood up. Then my friend Bill Hinant said, Ola, man, you messed up, man. $10,000. I said, can I go back on the floor? Medical practice is a contract. In every contract, we have offer, acceptance, consideration. Offer is, the doctor has said, now look, clinic, you come to me, I'm not feeling well. You lay on the table, you pay. It's a contract. And contracts can be written And written can be oral or implied. So it's a contract. The only time where the law doesn't allow you to do anything contractual in medical practice is situations of emergency. So the law says, National Health Act says, no hospital and no doctor shall refuse to treat a patient for whatever reason whatsoever. So in that instance, so they bring a gunshot patient here, you must treat if you are a hospital. However, a doctor working in ShopRite has the right to walk past an accident scene and not touch. Legally. Ethically, yeah, but legally, no. But the moment he touches, he has activated the doctor-patient relationship. So that's why in the airport, in the plane, they say, is there any doctor in the house? You know, you say it. Some people will just sit down because they understand the implications that can arise from it. The moment, although the standard falls, because they know that you don't have all the luxuries of your operating theater, but the moment you... So if you're a doctor of theology and they say, is there a doctor in the plane? And I say, yes, I have PhD in theology. You are not the person they're looking for. If you go and touch, it's manslaughter. You understand? So the only time you can't really put an arbitration clause there is emergency situations, because that will be under duress. You understand? So if I want to register my wife for antenatal, she hasn't delivered, then give me your terms and conditions. Delivery is 1 million. And consultation is. And there you can list, because now we have a lot of instances where patients go to hospitals and breach other patients' rights. Patients go to hospitals and carry phones and record other patients. You understand? So those are the things you can have in your T's and C's. It's amazing. I have a lot of clients as hospitals as clients. It's only in the hospital that somebody will walk into and demand a bed. You can't even enter Modemi Hall and ask for a bed. They will ask you, where are your documents? Where are your... Do you understand my point? Look, you go to Dubai, you go to America, you buy tickets. They will tell you, if you don't get there 2 hours before, even though you have bought a valid ticket, what will happen? They won't carry you. You have paid though, your money, Abi. The dry cleaner will tell you, if I burn your dress, it's 10% of the money which you paid me to wash it. So why can't the hospital give you terms? And that's why I try to tell them that they must appreciate that it is a business. The problem they've always had is that they have this Messiah syndrome, that they are doctors, they have come to save lives. But the same patients they are trying to save are the ones suing you for 1 billion naira. You understand? So you have to understand that you must run it as a practice. Then somebody asked a question online. If the Faculty of Law is teaching medical law, one of my colleagues, Mrs. Adegbite, am I correct? Mrs. Adegbite is she's an expert in medical law. Maybe they have not started teaching it yet, but I have attended international conferences with her, and we have done some work before, in the past. I do know that Ife does too. There's a Dr. Yusuf in Ife. I'm also on the editorial board of the medical malpractice law journal, which is the cases handled by Medical and Data Tribunal. You understand? So I do know for a fact that some people in the academia do approach me for material. Mr. Adikbede does that. There's somebody in Ife, Yusuf, and a couple of others like that. So, and to make matters worse for we lawyers, and that's why I say opportunities are bound. The standard in which Professor Bolojoku would take to admit us to be in his academic team might not be as stringent as when you say you are going to teach health law, medical law at the College of Medicine. And they need them there too. Because most of the times, most of my clients here on patients' rights or medical legal issues is when they have killed the patient. They're not being taught in schools. So most of the times, the first interaction they have with medical law is after they have slaughtered someone. No doctor wakes up in the morning to say, who am I going to kill today? No, but they do certain things that we just dovetail into problems. So there are opportunities there. What we just need to do, kings talk to kings. If you cannot speak their language, you understand? You can't entice them. So there are opportunities. Like I said, you just look how many teaching hospitals we have. You understand? And you teach medical law in them. You will teach nursing schools, pharmacy, radiography, abound. So I think I've answered your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dakbo, Yewande, Toyin, Comfort, Nkechi, and Laulu. That was a really exciting session. Can we all give them a round of applause? Your presentations were delivered masterfully, and they were very insightful. And since I have the privilege of having the mic, I'm just going to say some of the key takeouts from everybody. You know, Dakbo highlighted a quote to the effect that the quote goes, "Please don't confuse your internet search with my law degree." That really resonated very strongly with me, because a lot of people now that we have so many advances in technology, people try to get all their information from the internet. It doesn't quite work that way. And what the quote really says to me is that there's still a lot for lawyers to do. Never mind that you've got the internet, but nothing compares to that, the legal knowledge you have as a legal practitioner. So that quote, I wanted to applaud when I heard that quote. Yewande talked about how technology helps us to work smarter and not harder. I couldn't agree with you more. Toyin spoke about all the things that the NGX is doing. And you know, I used to work as company secretary for a listed company, a very old listed company, and I can tell you that really and truly the NGX is using technology extremely well. So I commend the NGX, but I also want to appeal to you to release a revised edition of the rule book, because there have been so many amendments. Now, if you want to read the rule book, you have to go to so many sources. So I look forward to seeing a revised edition. Comfort Umaru is working very hard to protect women, but she hasn't lost her sense of humor. I liked all the memes that you shared, and I agree with you about whataboutism, which is a horrible ruse that is being used to destabilize very important conversations that need to be had. So I feel your pain, but I'm also glad that you're booked to the end of the year. So please keep at it. And then Nkechi told us about what Cross River State is doing in the administration of criminal justice. And it's really nice to know that Cross River State is partnering effectively with the international drivers of best practice. And also, the stories you gave from your experience, I just want to thank you for your compassion and your objectivity, because it's not everything, go to jail, go to jail. And then Olaolu, who helped us understand that medical law is not medical negligence, which is something people really need to know. And you've highlighted, I mean, numerous areas of opportunity. So I think that's great. And I love that our dean has said that all of you should come and speak at the faculty, because these are things that law students need to know. So thank you very much, everyone. I really applaud you. And now, so we're going to present to the Faculty of Law a little gift. Everyone who's not on there.
We'd like to humbly call our dean to kindly step forward, and all our lecturers too, and members of the planning committee who are around to please come forward. Yes, the question around.
Yeah. Don't sleep, wake up. Collect your money, wake up. Collect your money, wake up. Get go get the moolah. Wake up, money go kala. Don't walk, you don't try. You supposed to be jai. Kill up, come, you come,
Good afternoon, our distinguished faculty, our dean, the heads of departments, and our professors. Whilst thinking of presenting this check to you, we had prepared a letter that really explains the way we feel and what we want to say to you. And I would like to request that you indulge us a few minutes to read out what we have to say to you. So it's addressed to Professor Ige Bolodeoku. Thank you, sir. The Dean Faculty of Law. Dear sir, 20th anniversary of the graduation of the class of 2001, giving back. On behalf of the class of 2001, the Faculty of Law, University of Lagos, we write to express our profound appreciation to you and to the entire faculty for the audience, guidance, and support given to us towards making the commemoration of the 20th anniversary of our graduation a successful reality. As indicated in our invitation letter to you, as well as our conversations in that regard, the theme of our celebrations is giving back to our dear alma mater. Indeed, we take the view that the quality legacies bequeathed to each of us by the eminent Faculty of Law and its brilliant and distinguished professors and teachers, as well as the University of Lagos, a famous and foremost citadel of excellent learning and culture, state in us a need to initiate and support noble undertakings that are geared towards ensuring that such worthy legacies are sustained for posterity. We propose to do this by giving back. Specifically, we are extremely glad to present the Faculty of Law with the check before you for the sum of 4,834,000 naira only for the procurement of a digital smart board, 2 screen touch smart class systems, and an interactive sensory projector for use in the faculty's facilities, lecture theaters, and the law annex.
Collect your money. Collect your money. Wake up. Collect your money. Collect your money. Wake up. Go get them.
These cutting-edge technology tools for learning are fitting for the Faculty of Law's teachers and students, who are primus inter pares and thus deserve the best. We trust and respectfully request that our requests be appropriately executed within the next fortnight, 2 weeks, and that the class of 2001 be recognized for its efforts. Although we are unable to quantify and attach any monetary value to the lifelong benefits that we have gained from studying art and graduating from the prestigious University of Lagos, we are supremely proud of its faculties and graduates' stellar personal and professional achievements in diverse stations of life. As such, we are pleased to remain associated with the institution, and our above donation is symbolic of that. Most importantly, we wish to encourage you, sir, the entire faculty and students, not to rest on your laurels, but remain unrelenting in your constant delivery and pursuit of a tradition of excellent learning and culture that the faculty is known for. We, in turn, earnestly hope that as proud ambassadors of the faculty, we will always be blessed with privileged positions and the wherewithal to constantly impact the Faculty of Law as well as the University of Lagos positively in all of their respective endeavors. We thank you once again, and we wish you and the entire faculty every desired and required success. On behalf of the class of 2001, we present you with this check.
Sorry, I'm not sorry. I like a really boy, yourself. Should I try again? But now my heart is still the pain. Oh, come ole go.
Shabby Shoni Meroni, Ronnie, Ronnie, Ronnie. Tired of getting it wrong. This won't be another heartbreak song. Yeah. Somebody's song go find me one day. One day. I don't dare wait, don't stay too far away. Somebody's song go love me one day. One day. I don't dare wait, don't stay too far away. One day. Somebody, somebody's song go love me one day. One day. Somebody's song go love me one day.
Worried, I'm not worried. No, I know the chorus. Who wants to talk about whatever and live your life forever? This place, heart has been through much.
Well, can I have your attention, please?
And the students use it to snap.
Can I have your attention, please? What? Yeah. Thank you. Now let me quickly say this because time is also been fast spent. First, on behalf of the Faculty of Law, University of Lagos, and also on behalf of those of my colleagues who are also here in their own right as professors of the faculty, we want to express our profound gratitude for this gesture. We really do appreciate it. Of course, this sum that has been donated to us as a faculty for the purposes stated are meant to advance learning in the faculty, and they will be so deployed and applied to that end. There were things that I had indicated to Mr. Osonyi that we would need, and we are happy that indeed, I was expecting perhaps maybe one or two of those items this class will take. But from all the indications, the commitment made this evening is to ensure that all of those items are actually procured and deployed for the faculty. I can assure you, just as I've done to other of our alumni that have given us money, when the deployment is completed, there will be communication to let you know that, yes, you gave us this and we have done this much. I really want to, once again, thank you indeed. We are grateful that you are looking back, and I'm confident that we continue to be support institution for our faculty and our development partner. Thank you very much.
All right, let's have photo sessions outside as we walk our teachers. Everybody must, we must walk our lecturers. If not, carry over. If not, carry over. All right. Oh yeah, guys, let's go. Let's take. We'll start with the students. Will take pictures with their dean. Then we all students will take. So you guys, students first. Sister. Oh no.
I'm coming to the chamber to bend.
Back to life, back to reality, back to life, back to reality.
Oh yeah, guys, let's photo outside with our lecturers.
¿Cómo puede ser verdad? Last night I dreamt of San Pedro. Just like I'd never gone, I knew the song. The young girl with eyes like the desert. It all seems like yesterday, not far away. Tropical, the island brings all of nature wild and free. This is where I long to be, La Isla Bonita. And when the song was played, the song was so high, ring through my ears and sting my eyes. Your Spanish lullaby. I fell in love with San Pedro. Warm wind carried on the sea. He called to me. Te dijo te amo. I prayed that the days would last. They went so fast. Tropical, the island breeze, all of nature wild and free. This is where I long to be, La Isla Bonita. And when the sun would play, the sun would set so high, ring through my ears and sting my eyes. Your Spanish lullaby. I can't sleep at night, I toss and turn, listening for the telephone. But when I get your call, I'm all choked up. Can't believe you called my home. And as a matter of fact, it blows my mind. You would even talk to me, because a girl like you is like a dream come true, a real life fantasy. No matter what your friends try to tell you, we will fall in love, and we will be together any kind of weather. Just like that, just like that. Every little step I take, you will be there. Every little step I make, we'll be together. Every little step I take, you will be there. Every little step I make, we'll be together. I can't think too straight, I'm all confused. You must have put a thing on me, because there are no words that can explain. I'm living in ecstasy, and you can never believe I've got your back. You never have to feel no pain, because I dedicate my life to you. You never look for love again. No matter what your friends try to tell you, we will make fall in love. We'll always be together any kind of weather. Just like that, just like that. Every little step I take, you will be there. Every little step I make, we'll be together. Every little step I take, you will be there. Every little step I make, we'll be together. Every little step I take, every little step I take, every
Are you serious?
No need worry, let one love set you free. One love, keep us together. Living in a world, it's a struggle, just staying alive. One love, keep us together. Living in a world, it's a struggle, just staying alive. Somebody tell me, oh, why never fight it? One love can set us free, we just let it be. Take off in a brand new day. Good love is all we need, it takes the clouds away. Never need worry if you just let it be. One love, keep us together. Living in a world, struggle for staying alive. One love, keep us together. Living in a world, struggle for staying alive.
If you see me walking down the street and I start to cry each time we meet, walk on by, walk on by. Make believe that you don't see the tears, just let me breathe in private, 'cause each time I see you I break down and cry. Walk on by, walk on, walk on, just walk on by, walk on, walk on, walk on, walk on by. I just can't get over losing you, and so if I see broken in two, walk on by, walk on, baby, walk on by. Foolish pride is all that I have left, so let me hide the tears and the sadness you gave me when you said goodbye. Walk on by, walk on, just walk on by.
Yes, it's time.
Are you serious?
Keep it burning. We wild up.
I never thought that I'd find someone like you. I feel hypnotized with the things you do. I'll never let you go. No, you're so right for me. I have to let you know. Forever you and me. Only you can make me happy. Happy. Only you can make me happy. Happy. Must be heaven called.
Yes, you took all the blue like the everything sugar, you know, Chiraya. Nothing else to tell me everything that I should do. So much confusion when it comes to loving you.
चाहे तेरा लाल दुपट्टा मलमल का, तेरा लाल दुपट्टा मलमल का, ओ दिल में बाहर चला है तेरा लाल दुपट्टा मलमल का, तेरा लाल दुपट्टा मलमल का, ओ her mine. Oh, that would be so fine. All I do is just think of her. She's always on my mind. She's always on my mind. Somebody go and tell her she won't find any better lover. Every beat of my heart will rock her. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Hava mein udti jaye, my beautiful, my sexy baby. She's got looks that drive me crazy. Oh yeah, oh yeah. She's one great God's creation. She's my world, my destination. Oh yeah, oh yeah. And she's standing next to me, but I'm a stranger to her eyes. I'm just another guy. Stay back, baby, and never leave. Don't उड़ता चाहे तेरा लाल दुपट्टा मलमल का, तेरा लाल दुपट्टा मलमल का, ओ बाहर चला है तेरा लाल दुपट्टा मलमल का, तेरा लाल दुपट्टा मलमल का, ओ
One, two, 1, 2, 3.
Yes, it's your boy the Bling, aka Everything Sugar. You already know I'm chilling right here with world famous DJ Du.
उड़ता चाहे तेरा लाल दुपट्टा मलमल का तेरा लाल दुपट्टा मलमल का ओ दिल में बाहर चला है तेरा लाल दुपट्टा मलमल का तेरा लाल दुपट्टा मलमल का ओ if I could make her mine, oh that would be so fine. All I do is just think of her, she's always on my mind. She's always on my mind. Somebody go and tell her, she won't find any better lover. Every beat of my heart will rock her, oh yeah, oh yeah. हवा में उड़ती जाए, my beautiful, my sexy baby. She's got looks that drive me crazy, oh yeah, oh yeah. She's one great God's creation. She's my world, my destination. Oh yeah, oh yeah. And she's standing next to me, but I'm a stranger to her eyes. I'm just another guy. Stay back, baby, and never leave. Don't ever say goodbye. Please stay or rather die. Don't care how much you shout. You're a rock that won't ever roll. Cause I ain't giving up, you better know. Oh yeah, oh yeah. My beautiful, my sexy baby. She's got looks that drive me crazy. Oh yeah, oh yeah. She's one great God's creation. She's my world, my destination. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Tackle them on bed, tackle them on floor. Them fi know the score, y'all can't ignore. Them better know. No put it on up, play up the board. Man a gangali, y'all a hawk see me. Punch shift me walk from tree to tree. Engine run down, me service it free. Now be like some boy, where you be girl up like cigarette, sing a sing. If she said she wanted, if she said she need, if she said she love me, give it to her, please. Give it to her, give it to her. If she said she want herself with the cup, come see me. Girl, forget to rap out noisy, take give me. All when tire rear out, man, rim me. Girl, just go along and back out and give me. I man love them short skirt and mini. I man love when them fat or slimmy. I now broke down like buck from Philly. Full of stamina like some old rum Billy. So sing a sing. Give it to her, please. Give it to her, give it to her. If she said she wanted, if she said she need, don't you keep her waiting. Give it to her, please. Man, I relax more, y'all ask some more. Tackle them on bed, tackle them on floor. Them to know the score, y'all we can't ignore.
Say she never seen a guy like me. She confess. Say nobody hit it right like me. She confess.
digress. Ooh, she really want to flex with me. She wanna break bread with me. Bad man looking good in the air. Bad man juke to the car. Sports cars parked on the right spot. Bad man slick and you know. Bad man looking good in the air. Bad man juke to the car. Sports cars parked on the right spot. Bad man slick and you know. Clarity.
To come hold you down, be that one to share your everything when no one's around. Baby, come tell me your secrets and tell me all your dreams, 'cause I can see you need someone to trust. You can trust in me. So just call me whenever you're lonely. I'll be your friend, I could be your home. Say you want, then you should make me your girl. Baby, come and share my world. Whoa. Something that you want, come and take a walk with me. Walk with me. Everything that you need, I got it right here, baby.
Na 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 na. DJ Tubana. Yeah, she's got the touch I love so much.
Hep Diggy, Water Bed, yeah, Big Bub, enough love, ride.
Baby, don't be afraid.
Don't be afraid, mama.
Show your love.
Let me see something.
I'll give you what you're looking
Give it to me, baby. Yeah.
I know what's on your mind.
Let me hold something, baby.
Quality time.
You want it? You want it?
Give you what you're looking for.
Show up. It's time for big stuff. Yep. Coming to you live and you never get enough. See, me no care, cause we well dangerous. And we be getting down, this ain't nothing new to us. Now you be sexy. Right. Check me, make you want me. Right. Sweat me. Where you mad at? What you said? That relationship dead? And it's time to move ahead, What the real life? What the deal like? What you feel like? Sex tonight? Tonight. Water bed.
Baby, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid.
That's right.
Show your love. Come on. I'll give you what you're looking for. I know what's on your mind.
Not the wrong. Seeing this and seeing that. Going here and going there. Soon you will find out the man I'm supposed to be. This man don't trouble no one, but if you trouble this man, it will bring a bam bam. What a bam bam. What a bam bam. Bam bam dilang bam bam. Bam bam. What a bam bam.
DJ Cubana.
It's like people, are you ready? It's like people, are you ready?
Shake that thing, miss. Can I shake that thing, miss? And I better shake that thing, yeah. Donna, Jody and Rebecca. Shake that thing, miss. Can I shake that thing, miss? And I better shake that thing, yeah. Donna, Jody and Rebecca. Woman, get busy. Just shake that booty non-stop when the beat drop. Just keep swinging it, get jiggy. Get drunk, up, percolate anything you want. Because it's oscillating if I don't take pity. Want to see you get life on the rhythm of my ride. And my lyrics up about electricity. Girl, nobody can do you nothing cause you don't know your destiny. Now sexy ladies want power with us. You know the car with us, them not war with us. You know the club, them want flex with us. To get next with us, them can't vex with us. From the day my bond to ignite my flame. Girl, I call my name and it is my fame. It's all good, girl, turn me on. Till I earn them on, let's get it on. Let's get it on, till I earn them on. Girl, it's all good, just turn me on. Girl, don't sweat it, don't get agitated.
Dear classmates, hello. Dinner will be served in 15 minutes. But if you want drinks, please, on the house.
Excuse me. I got an announcement to make. Yeah. If you ain't never been to Hempstead, then welcome. Where chickens cluck day and night. G&B. I see some chickens going crazy all up in my cage. I'm about to plug two, fix them up on my plate. Cluck, body stacking all up in my crib. Anybody wanna know the party's still sick? Somebody's knocking at my door. The same chick that you slept with. She claimed my man is coming home from a bed. She said after tonight she gotta be with the kids. The kids, the kids, the kids, the kids, kids. I don't want to bring you complications. I just want one night of satisfaction. After tomorrow, we can act like nothing happened. Take this invitation with the Metro card to the train station. She said I do. She said I do. She said I do. She said I do. I see some people going crazy all over my cage. I'm about to plug two, some up on my plate. Cluck, like stacking all up in my head. Anybody wanna know the party's still saying somebody's knocking.
Girl, the last time that I checked. Now before I digress, my girl, you told me that I'm not your love interest. See, my girl, the last time that I checked. See, nothing ain't changed yet, except that I got a big bag and a big flag. Don't make nobody tell me nonsense, my nigga. Streets is so cold, my nigga. May nobody come try cry me a river. I'ma pull through like the strings on my guitar. Nonsense, my nigga. The streets is so cold, my nigga. May nobody come try cry me a river. I'ma pull through like the strings on my guitar. So cold outside, my brother. I don't want pull no trigger. I just want it, cause I'm going play. I don't want no. Yes, put outside, my brother. Me, I know the hate on no brother. Me, I just want it, cause I'm going play this. I don't want no wahala. Oh, it's so good outside. Me, I know they let nothing to worry me. I know they let nothing to bother me. Me no owe no one apology. Me no say she don't know they bother nobody. Me, I know they let nothing to bother me. I know they let nothing to bother me. Me no owe no one apology. Do you get me? Me nobody tell me nonsense, my nigga. Streets is so cold, my nigga. Me nobody come try cry me a river. I'ma pull through like the strings on my guitar. Nonsense, my nigga. The streets is so cold, my nigga. Me nobody come try cry me a river. I'ma pull through like the strings on my guitar.
Check out what back, I got my man, 10. You do, you give me some poo-poo. When I flow the funky music, people dance a juju. My man, he want him more fair. Baby, do me, he want him more fat. The under the nubby back, I got it back. Harkany, he got this flavor. I show you I'm the bad. The took of the over the back of the book of the joke of the like of the book of the second, the people that look at the big of the dog, the no tit, talk at the back. That's first stop, you better than watch your back. And that's the reason why me so quit me, oh, shackle more.
Rhymes like down, baby, let's wango. They call the rhyme, so let's tango. Remedy and Tony, we're humping on the mic when we are ready. Don't smile with me, eh? We're diving in the leave, it's like a double sub machine. Because Eddie Montana operates this way. 1800 hours every day. 7 days a week, it doesn't make you freaky. All the goes around are the best in town. Because the best of sounds, there's no doubt about it. We'll hump the mic, you won't hesitate to shout it. Listen to my story, it's got to be so. Eddie Montana is surely pleased. Oh, I, do.
plenty. I told ya, you can never be like me. Now I see, no be for free, go baggity. I love Kabidi, ABC, Ejo, same nani. Sakudoso back, don't lose the leg. Melo la beka, inu eyin adigbe. Atoria, ẹgbẹ́ iṣu kan nìyàn. Àní ti jàkadì kan. Kò ní tí ọlọ́lá tó dájú náà born superstar. Àròkè area, look at you think about. Americally a lot, so you have to that. If I know they party, you know you are missing. You know I'm where I'm going. You know, guys will go happy. Cause they want to marry. I think you are like me. Photocopy, go easy. Never be like me, this is my identity.
Never know. Never know. Oh, I don't wanna. I don't know. Live my life for you. Live my life for you. All over the news. All over the news. Only God and I know the kind of thing I do. The kind of thing we do. Man, I thank God I got the lead. Say God no ungodly. Oluwa na ain't comforting me. When these people they come body me. Man, I thank God I got the lead. Say God no ungodly. Oluwa na ain't comforting me. When these people they come body me. It's why I die sometimes. Little any dice. Make a fitty cool my mind. Make a live this life. Oh, my lady.
Angelina, you the cool in my temperature. If you call, I go come deliver. I no go fall in your hand never. So now me you could love forever. I'm a cocky no feeble letter. I'm a Angelina, with my Angelina. Oh, me all down. Anytime when I see you for the club or the television, your body. Sure you know say the thing when you carry 50 kill somebody. You know I feel a vibe, you feel a vibe, so baby whine about it. Yeah, and I know you shy, but it's cool when we're making love. On the low, 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 on the low. Angelina, you the cool in my temperature. If you call, I go come deliver. I no go fall in your hand never. So now me you could love forever. I'm a cocky no feeble letter. I'm a Angelina. I'm a Angelina. Oh no. So when I want to come out, take a signal you. Why you want to request on me like I interview? I'm tryna put a ring on your finger too. And be a better guy. Be a better guy. On the low, 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 on the low. Angelina, you the cool in my temperature. If you call, I go come deliver.
Como puede ser verdad. Last night I dreamt of San Pedro. Just like I'd never gone, I knew the song. The young girl with eyes like the desert. It all seems like yesterday, not far away. Tropical, the island rings, all of nature wild and free. This is where I long to be, La Isla
shy. See, you don't tell where we dey mania. You don't tell where we dey mania. Since 1960, yeah. You don't tell where we dey shy. Since 1930, no. You don't tell where we dey shy. We dey do skeleton. You dey do your body skeleton. We dey do skeleton. Got to break your mind on your body bang. She met a Golani, but the bar show they do give it a Golani. So what the fuck are the people scared? Tell us yours, let's have a bad. If you want to do, then we got the part. Then we got you can never be a bad. We dey do skeleton. You dey do your body skeleton. You dey do
on the radio, tell the DJ, spin it over mix show, make a brother feel like I'm down at the disco. And we gonna keep it going like this though, cause the DJ grab the record by the fistful, by the crateful, and we grateful when you hit us off of records that are tasteful. Cause the selection of the records he plays, to the direction of the record we sway. All night in the session we stay, cause you got me feeling. Good God, I be feeling. Chillin' when I'm feeling, and I be feeling alright. Don't stop, keep it going down. It's all because it's the radio man. Just one desire from a hip hop fan. Hey DJ, hey DJ, request like girl. Play a record by my favorite band. Turntablist, bless me on my stereo. Play my favorite song on my stereo. Like Macy Gray, what's in D'Angelo? Most definitely Louis and London.
I know come this life to suffer. If I follow politician, you go hear am for paper. They go call am prostitution. Who no like enjoyment? If money dey for pocket, shebi na national budget. You, we go blow 'em like trumpet. Koro. Oya carry ya. Koro back, koro. Oya carry ya. Koro.
Recording in progress.
Koro back, oh yeah, everybody carry us something. He said, extra, read all about it. I'm talking front page story all over the world. Men, women, boys, and girls. The headlines read, if you wanna be rich, then you better make sure that you got your shit. Oh, come on. Hit it. Off the press. For everybody here, we're gonna do our best to make you holler, make you scream. I heard it on the news, it's an incredible scene. I just got the word. I jam it, it's connecting everybody I heard to make you party, make you sweat. You're even gonna feel it through your TV set. I said the headlines. Have you heard it? Headlines.
Well, it's almost nightfall, and there's no forecast of rainfall. And I'm in the mood for a party, so I'ma go out to a club and give the dance floor body. So I jump in the car and I go to the venue. Walk in the door, now I'm on the menu. Guys in the house, they're watching me. They're clocking me, there's no stopping me. Desire, I know you want me. You're fine. Thank you. But I'm not the type of girl that you think I am. I don't jump into the arms of every man. But I'm paid. I don't need your money. I love you. You must be mad. Easy love was something that I ain't. Besides, I don't know you from a can of paint. Tell me why.
This is how we do
Yo, baby, I mean, like, what's the big idea? I'm a queen, enough respect. Treat me like a lady, and no, my name ain't Yo, and I ain't got your baby. I'm looking for a guy who's sincere, one with class and savoir faire. I'm looking for someone who has to be perfect for the Queen Latifah, me.
Cause you're sexy and you're fine. I want you to be mine. Your heart is in good hands. When you let me be your man.
All of my friends are in relationships. Good ones and some of them bad ones. Some of the bad ones took a turn for the better, and some of the good ones ended up sad ones. You see, loving it ain't hard to get. I want a friend, not just a lover. Someone who's dedicated only to me, not to me and 2 or 3 others. One who will not lie to me, or think that he can get my love by buying me. I know I'll find him someday, and when I find him, he sure won't say, Desire, I know you want me. Your body. Thank you, but I'm not the type of girl that you think I am. I don't jump into the arms of every man. But I'm paid. I don't need your money. I love you. You must be mad. Easy love for something that I ain't. Besides, I don't know you from a can of paint.
You got a $100 bill, get your hands up. You got a $50 bill, get your hands up. You got a $20 bill, get your hands up. You got a $10 bill, get your hands up. Single ladies, I can't hear y'all. Single ladies, make noise. Single ladies, I can't hear y'all. Single ladies, make noise. All the chicken heads, be quiet. All the chicken heads, be quiet. All the chicken heads, be quiet. Yeah, baby, stop this. Move, face, seven, sing along. Come on. All the good looking women sing along. I can't hear y'all. Push your zodiac sign. Push your zodiac sign. I can't hear y'all. Push your zodiac sign. Yeah. Out. If you got more hair, get your hands up. If you got short hair, make noise. If you got more hair, get your hands up. If you got short hair, make noise. If you got long hair on your head, ladies. If you got long hair on your head, if you got long hair on your head, from your ear to your sleeve, even if you got a wig. Can I get up? Can I get up? Can I get up? Out. Can I get up? Can I get up? Can I get up? Out. To all my niggas that hit it from the back, who wanna have sex with no strings attached. Can I get up? Can I get up?
Have you ever done something, made mistakes that you could not mend? Stay out late when you should have been in. You made a move on your man's best friend. Have you lied to someone you love cause you're doing things that you're not proud of? People, they wanna chat your name, break it down, pick you up again. Said something that she didn't know, although he promised he won't tell a soul. Don't talk about my business, I won't talk about yours. Don't talk about my business, I won't talk about yours. It's up to me what I do behind closed doors. So don't talk about my business, I won't talk about yours.
I mean, you sexy.
What you gotta do is spread how I live.
Where you from anyway?
She's my California, hottest thing in West LA. House down by the water, sells her yacht across the bay. Drives a Maranello. Hollywood's her favorite scene. Loves to be surrounded. Superstars that know her name.
She's a rich girl from the top of the food chain. Loving material things, kinda lonely. Till I met her at the Grammys. 10 mil on a diamond ring. She invites me to spend a day on the jet skis. At first it didn't mean a thing. Then she told me I'm the one that she searched for. It was hard to believe.
She's California, hottest thing in West LA. House down by the water, sells her yacht across the bay. Drives a Maranello. Hollywood's her favorite scene. Loves to be surrounded. Superstars that know her name.
My country people, yes, them go talk. Them just the parambulates.
about the big things, so we could talk about the small things, so yeah. Ah yeah, ah yeah, oh, baby, make you. Rara, oh, yeah. Rara, oh, yeah. Agbaja, jangbaja, kaka, ulagbaja, rara, oh, yeah. Rara, oh, yeah. Agbaja, jangbaja,
You're the one I want, oh. Before my liver start to fail, you're the one I need, oh. Before cassava start to hail, if I ever leave, oh. Make what I carry me, they go far away, far away. So I am looking for the sister, you're my lover, oh. She got the dollar, she the wear designer, oh. So I am looking for the sister. My lover, oh. She got the dollar, she the wear designer. So give me assurance, assurance. My baby assurance, my baby lifetime insurance, assurance,
assurance. This life I can't keep myself. I can't keep myself. I can't keep myself. Allow me to flex. This life I can't keep myself. I can't keep myself. I can't keep myself. Allow me to flex. Many years me I done the go. Rock the mic, me I rock the show. Many hit songs when I go. Still them go say me I know they try. I see them complain of Kanye West. And speaking mind the people best. Everybody wants to be the best, but the world can do without the best. Aqua kika sini Jehovah, matana raya, nobody did Jehovah. I say happen to my car, he glad them for I. He dey think cool of father, he do them like Fimo. This life I can't keep myself, I can't keep myself, I can't keep myself. Allow me to flex. This life I can't keep myself. I can't keep myself.
This is another story, oh, for my man. Make I tell you what happen for a bullet. But this big party inside my a bullet. I went there with my best friend Kule. Kule they there with his girlfriend Shile. Ghetto girls them they like Takasufi. So many pretty girls they inside my mule. I just the one that say which can party, yeah. Everything yakba, everything there. Oh shit, I get many girls with them they come from away. AJ boys and they like to throw away. Almost see go babe. We just
and if you're new in the game, make it up to your size. Ẹ̀sìn tó ṣíwájú ṣe bóun náà la fi jọba. Ó ṣe you dey hate me when I am making my money. From Moscow to Malaysia, from Malaysia to Miami, you go carry. I'm not for sure me yo. If I like, I spend my money anyway I like it. Don't come near me, Mr. Toku. And if you don't see me, you go chop Toku. One love for everybody. I'm the owner of them body. Double one love for everybody. I beg don't stop, I'm a good at jungle. I'm the owner of them body. But till you they hate me when I go hustle for my money. Almost go to Malaysia. You don't see the matter, you don't need me. Go higher. I get my function in me. If I like, I spend my money anyway. I like it, don't like that. Don't come near me, Mr. Toku. And if you don't see me, you go chop Toku. Many things happen for you, Elegba. Come on, you know that. And if you do anyhow, you love my show, Elegba. Oh, my, happy you find yourself, oh, inside Surulere. I won't go shit down my head. Oh, my sorry, what's sorry, come on. I'm from Ikeja to Mariga, from Mariga to Bagada, from Bagada to Moe. What's it, Jagger? Go Kanye, yeah.
know my story. From old dog studio, I be hustle to work. Say, lead to a leg me and City. From old dog studio, we been hustle to work. Say, lead to a leg my people dead, my people suffer. Them they pray for blessing. Hey, lead to a leg my people dead. Them they pray for blessing, for better living. Hey, kilo dale, aye ole to ye o, aye oni double, adura lo le she o, call on daddy, adura go, issue any badele, I forward boja. I am feeling good tonight. This thing got me thanking God for life. When I dey hustle for money, When I dey hustle every day, I dey hustle, I dey stay with mommy. I put my life on the line, my brother, it wasn't funny. Say now the music and the play, I'm everywhere, say now it's bringing me money. Say now they feeling the beat, oh way. I said they feeling the heat, oh way. Say now they feeling for East, oh. Them they dance, oh way. Say now they feeling the beat, oh way. That's why they talking my gist, oh way. But then they feeling for East, oh. Them they dance, oh way. Say now they feeling for Guagualada, it make my mind blow, oh. Them they feel I'm around town, they touch my soul, oh. I pray for my man, yo, and let them know, my father let him know, so I pray, oh, that they feel like Guagualada, it make my mind blow, oh. Them they feel I'm around town, they touch my soul, I pray for my man, yo, and let
You never try me, but still right by me. Make life be highly spoken of. Only love, only one. You're my wifey. Make my life complete, sweet. But you know when I live the street free, only when it comes to me. See, that's why you're my wifey.
I didn't know, cause you had my mind blown. Oh, wanna jump at the club on bump like what? I had to have you, babe. Saw you outside, the passenger side, cause I let my best friend drive. You was in line, that's when you caught my eyes, girl.
You were so beautiful. It was so critical.
So critical.
You look so crucial, girl.
Something about you, it's everything. You are mine.
Try me, still right by me. Make life be highly
Spoken of, only love, only one.
my wifey. Make my life complete, sweet. You know when I live the street free, only when it comes to me.
Wifey.
That's why you're my wifey. You know you're sexy. I like you right.
If you wanna go and take a ride with me, we three willing in the four with the goldies. Oh, why do I live this way? If you wanna go and get high with me, smoke a L in the back of the Benzie. Oh, why must I feel this way? In the club on a late night, feeling right, looking, trying to spot something real nice. Looking for a little shorty, I know this so that I can take home. She could be 18 with an attitude of 19, kinda snotty, acting real rude. But as long as you a thick, girl, you know that it's on. I peep something coming towards me on the dance floor. Sexy and real, hey, she been peeping and I dig the last video. Somewhere that we could go. How could I tell her no? Measurements was 36, 25, 34. Yelling, I like the way you brush your hair, and I like those stylish clothes you wear. I like the way the light hit the ice and glint. I can see you moving way over there. If you wanna go and take a ride with me, we three willing in the four with the goldies. Oh, why do I live this way? If you wanna go and get high with me, smoke a L in the back of the Benzie. Oh, why must I feel this way?
Always waiting for someone to you call like that ain't living. It's a child, I got zone. It's my season now, I stand alone. Just thought that I would let you know some things you just can't control. Should I wear my hair in a ponytail? Should I? Do I? What you think? Absolutely not. Go to work in a mini skirt, and I'm giving you the right to flirt. Compromise my point of view. Absolutely not. Told myself I won't complain, but some things have got to change. Not gonna be a victim of all your social push and shove. Right or wrong, you judge the same. My picture never fits your frame. What you thought you'll never know. You can't see me without my clothes.
Me enter the light, cause you can never kill my vibe. Got here with no sacrifices. Everything was taken, still had to make it. Vibe killer, me I no go take shit. Vibe killer, bloody somebody that protect my energy from your bad aura. Let my pastor say I be my healer, everything I desire. I go receive my rhythm, flow like a river. If you get yawa, come on go and sit down. I go just para, come off my jigger. I go just follow my lead. I'm feeling vibes on vibes. I'm a ticking dynamite. I blow your candle lights. You know I'm just that type. No, them not fit kill my vibe. Them not fit kill my vibe. You not fit kill. You not fit kill. You not fit kill my vibe. I see you watching my stories. I see you gauging my lifestyle. I see you watching my movements. This bad bitch bad every day. I know they look at your face. Bad man bad every day. Problem in all the feelings. You can try to enjoy. Bala in all the feelings. You can try to enjoy. Take a kata wonu no the finish. You can try to enjoy. Problem in all the finish. So you can try to enjoy. We could dance like Luala. Luala. We dance like Luala. Luala. Yeah. Dance like Luala. Luala, dance like Luala, Luala. Why you go back? Problem, you know they keep pressing. Na person keep pressing. But all I see finish. Na person keep pressing. Problem, you know they last forever. Make you try to enjoy. I walk up from Pelemuja to Apollo Mecca just to find a mentor. Now who talk they hear what? Now who watch they get caught?
Bana, Bana, Jeje, Jeje, Auntie Lara, Lara. Now so then they come with the phone, say my blessing, blessing.
DJ Cabana, gbé wa lọ.
Remedies, baby. QSC, baby. Ladies, baby. Check it out. We back like last year.
Hello, B4. Hello, B4. Hello, B4. My name is LOC Chuku. And I'm teaching you equity and laws. All right, guys. Thank you all for turning up. The night hasn't even started yet. But we sent a message. Hey. Okay. Please drop one small chops on that table for me. On that table for me. That's not that, my own, that table. Tola Bangba. How can I behave myself in front of my classmates? It's impossible now, Abi? So I should wear a bow tie now and start speaking French and locally acquired foreign accent, Abi? All right, so we sent, the planning committee sent a message out that will give a gift out to the first individual that arrived at the venue of today's event. You know, like they say, hello, you're always making noise. This one. And, you know, ironically, the person probably came from one of the farthest, AJY, you're making noise. One of the farthest parts of the country to arrive here. Happy to inform you all that Comfort here was the first to arrive. So she has a little gift from the planning committee. So for being the first to arrive, courtesy of our friends in Indomie, I believe that AB wants to do something better. Maybe AB wants to give her a flight to south of France for the weekend.
Oh yeah, where she will be enjoying with Dikko.
Maybe go and put it in the car. Go and put the car there.
Dikko, you go window. I also want to take this discretion to also thank some people, some persons, and I must be very frank. It took a lot of work to put this through. Some persons were, I will call them active nuisances in our lives. If you have the misfortune of Ikechi waking you up at 5:30 in the morning to talk to you about projector and Zoom link, you know, so, or you're talking, then what you discussed 5 days ago, eBay raises it tomorrow and says that, have you done small chops? And like, eBay, we paid for small chops since last week, you know, or the ever dedicated Tola that is so pragmatic in planning and she's a teleprompter and a stereographer at the same time. So I need to give all the members of the planning committee a round of applause. Please, can you all stand up? Members of the planning committee, please just stand up. Or Toya Denugba that will edit all the edited dictionaries and put semicolon where they are supposed to be. And, you know, all Larry Baroa that will join the meeting as they are finishing the Zoom meeting. Hello, guys. Closing prayer. You know. So we saw, you know, Oshion Lawal that will say, I'm coming to join the meeting, but I'm on the by the expressway. Wait for me, as if Zoom can wait. You know, so in appreciation for all the work each member of the planning committee has done, for my friends in Indomie, I must say something too. I must also say something that Dikpo here, Dikpo, please come. One house. Dikpo here probably has not slept in 10 days. Because Dikpo here did all the artworks. Please, a round of applause for Dikpo. If we paid him for all the work he has done here, we can't afford it. You know, Dikpo one day, Dikpo took a picture of him taking coffee, blood tonic, or reptile. I said, guy, go beer parlor, go drink. Why are you taking coffee, blood tonic, and just to keep awake? Him and his team did a fantastic job. Dikpo, we really appreciate you. Dikpo. Yes. Then Tunde Olomo too. You know, please let me bring them. Tunde Olomo, we can't overemphasize his efforts in putting all this together. Then, you know, so please let me give. Now, Sister Tola here, you know, I must acknowledge her too, because we were working and coordinating during different time zones. She's out of the country, and I'm calling her at 2 o'clock in Nigeria time, and she's polite enough to respond. You understand? I mean, that's probably probably 11 o'clock at night or 12 midnight. Wait now, where did they carry and go? To who? So we really appreciate her effort. And she was multitasking because she works for an international organization. So she doesn't work in Nigerian time. So when you say, tomorrow is public holiday, I can't work. I'm working, you know. So Sister Tola, we appreciate you. Or Mami Gio, please come. This lady here is the most selfless person I know, and the most trustworthy person I know. We keep money until we were able to eventually register the association formally with CAC. She was our banker for about 2-3 years. And to be honest, truth was that during that period, some of these guys didn't know. Some will call us and say, man, when we get information, I say, somebody's in the hospital, he needs hospital comfort. And we say, okay, the last party we did, reunion we did in Jibo, my club in Jibo 3 years ago before COVID, how much did we have left? She would say 375,000, 902, you know. So we will now eventually say, okay, let's approve 100,000, 50,000, and we are doing it covertly. Even during the COVID period, we said, look, we know some people were hard on with cash because, you know, not all of us were liquid. Those who needed, please. And we were able to reach members who had, you know, difficult challenges financially. And guess what? Once we say, oh, somebody has reached out to us confidentially and say, Mommy Gio, please credit that person 25,000 from the money in her coffers instantly. You know, she's the most trustworthy person I know. If I was president of Nigeria, I'll make her CBN president. So we thank you. Yeah? Thank you. Now, then again, we had two members in diaspora who, funny enough, made out the time. The most intriguing one for me was, you know, Richard, Uluwale Richard, who is far away in Australia. And it's probably 4 a.m. there right now. And we're having Zoom meetings, and Richard is taking minutes. Richard, if you are online, let's see your face now. Richard, let's see your face. You know. Richard, Hey, Richard. Nice seeing you. God bless you for all your efforts. He was editing our minutes. He did a lot of work, a lot of fantastic work. Richard, we appreciate you. We love you. Thank you. One love, bro. Then also, we had someone that called. We can say a word now. Say a word to us. We will hear you. Or mute yourself and say a word. Let's hear your Australian accent.
Thank you all. You made us all proud today.
They say you're sounding like a PDP delegate. Speak loud.
Thank you very much. You really made my day today, especially with the cheers from the faculty and students. It was beautiful. Thank you all.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you for your contribution. We love you. And we also had a yellow winch in the house. That lady was the most cantankerous lady. Well, she has two seniors. Is she online? I didn't know she was online. No. Sister Donya Irara, the yellow winch.
No, I'm coming to get you.
I didn't know she was online before. Let's see your yellow face. Let us see you on your broom.
Hello,
all the way from Canada. So I will take your Indomie home.
Give Tola.
I'll take your Indomie home. Then we had a silent person, like I said, who would just call us 5 days after we had resolved that we are using Muson Center. Then Ibe would just say, Laulu, are we still using Jipowu again? I said, Ibe, we had a meeting last week. We had agreed that we are using Muson Center. Okay, have we paid? Where have you been? My G, come here. Ibe. My G, are you normal? Me and Ibe, incidentally, when we were our final year in school, we had a covenant. We said, Laudu, he said, yes, Ibe, you have not been drinking beer for several weeks. He said, yes. When we become lawyers, we will not even be using hand to carry beer anymore. We just put beer on we will design a face cap that will put, you remember, Ibe? With the straw attached to our mouth. So we just put the beer on our face caps and just put a straw and not be drinking that. We have read too much, we will not be using our hand to be carrying beer. Unfortunately, we are still using hand to carry beer. Ibe, thank you so much, bro. We love you. Then I became conflicted at the point when I found out that one of the people in our community happened to be my in-law. I said, this woman has chased me to the committee too. These monetary spirits are very serious. So I hope my wife is not on. Okay, I didn't give her the Zoom link. Oh God, where are you? Because she's from my wife's place, and my wife is a monitoring monitors me angelically. New people like her. So. And indeed, Ogo also donated cakes, so she's going to circulate some cakes here, free of charge. Thank you so much. It's free of charge. Your sister is not collecting that money, so it's free of charge. It's just, your sister will bring invoice now. I will not go. So. Then last. Then I had another person, pure heart. When I need somebody to support my emotion, I just inbox and say, Senami, read the message I just sent now, comment now. Then she will look at it and say, oh, I agree. Senami, where is she? Oh, Elvis Okwaleke! Senami, please come. Senami, please come. She was part of the think tank right from inception. Volunteered, never missed a meeting. Even when we had physical meetings in my clubhouse, they will come. I knew I had to lure some of them. In fact, Donya Yelara missed her flight one day because she came for Amala. And I hope he's not listening. But so she was very there. We had online meetings. We had physical meetings for several weeks to have to pull this to Senami. Thank you so much. I think we are done. The only person that doesn't need any appreciation is that winch. Sorry, sir. I will say something. I'm coming. There is a winch. Somebody arrived in Lagos. Did you guys notice yesterday that suddenly a thick black cloud came all over Lagos? I said Ikechi has entered. Has entered. Thick black cloud going towards MM2. I said, even Ibom Air, Ikechi has entered. Only for her to call me at 4:30 this morning. Lalu, after we made a mistake, we did not pay the small chops woman for the evening. I said, you want to give a good morning first. I think Ikechi, come here. Give her a round of applause. She's probably one of the few women I fear. I even call her Auntie Nkechi. We could cause. Has it finished? Please, can I have one for, Nkechi has been awesome. She pulled it. I will tell you the truth. I'm very honest here. It's very difficult for maybe a man or some persons to call somebody you have not spoken to in 20 years. Am I making sense? To call someone you have not had a conversation with in 20 years, and that person will drop 500K, 200K, 150. Because if not me, if somebody just come and say, hello, Naulu. Yes. You went to ISN. I said, we are doing the union. Come and drop one. I said, you cannot scam me. But Nkechi pulled it through. She called people she didn't even know. And when the money will come in, she said, Laulu, who is this person? I will now go and check. I said, I can't even remember the face. But she was so humble. She didn't have any airs on to reach anybody. And I've learned that today. I still cannot, I probably will find it difficult to do. Because I'm quite proud. Now you talk now. You understand? Say, Auntie, I have not seen him 20 years. And I just call and say, we are doing the union next week. Come and drop money. She's a wish. So if all of you that Nkechi called that paid, you were hypnotized. Legally hypnotized. So I must thank you. I just needed to get that off my chest to thank them all, because it made no sense. If we did all this wahala and then you all didn't come, it would not make any sense. I just want to implore all of us that this is just the beginning. I believe that we can be developmental partners with the school. I believe that this leverage, we can use it to do more things. We can benefit health insurance. All of us here, in our, few couples together, get health insurance, get life insurance policies. You understand? With our numbers, we can pay as less as 20,000, 30,000 naira per annum. So let us keep the bonding going on. I will not bore you with too long speeches. If we are here to drink, we are here to, there's a mala on the spot. There is dessert, there is shayo, there is everything. You don't chop the mala? You correct, Abi? Okay, so please, I think I saw James on Hollywood sometime. James, I recognize you. Where is Elvis Okwaleke? Elvis! Elvis, please come now. By me, man. Nice seeing you. Nice. I will tell you guys the truth. I've not seen Elvis in Probably since law school. Yeah, I'm in the same city. Yeah, a chief. Okay, chief. I did not know you were a chief. You did not tell me now. Chief. Mazi. So DJ, please, let's have fun. In between, we will have some interruptions, but it's not a night of speeches. I don't need to do that to appreciate the committee.
Check it out. Check it out. Who gon' play something? 'Cause it's a night.
DJ. No. We must stop publicly. I forgot. Because whenever we're having the meetings, it's always on Lagos Ibadan Expressway or doing one site inspection somewhere. He will tell us he's going to meet us, but he never really does. But I understand that he's a very busy person. Seun Lawal, please come here. Seun Oke Lawal, please come here. Please come. Well, they say we should probe you, but I learned he was a delegate for both APC and PDP. So it's highly probable. It's highly probable in nature. So it is evident physically, financially, spiritually.
Are you sure?
All right, thank you. So from PDP, sorry, from our... Thank you, you know. Yeah, so DJ.
They don't stop. Yeah, we're about to get sexy on them, baby. Put your drinks down, come on.
Nothing but that ATL, shout it. You might not understand it, but all of y'all, and it's the way that I'm playing it. So put 'em up. Guaranteed to make it move, and I keep it calm. That's how I do when I hit the spot. Everything stop, drop. Cause I make it hot. Them haters try to block. I hit 'em with the foes. I got to let 'em know to rock with Rashida. So y'all, come on. Make it hot tonight. So what you gon' do? Coming straight out the south with the sound you ain't used to. Y'all fools ain't ready. Light it up tonight. You know how we do. Now where the light is at? Pull up in the parking lot, don't dub. See with my crew and rush me. I be like, I'm rock with Rashida. 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 Come on with Rashida. Hot like fire, cold like now crank it up higher. I make the holler. Now you follow Rashida, the diva, the number one scholar. 100 degrees, see me in Cancun, then I dip to Jamaica, up in the half moon villa, chillin'. And oh, what a feeling! Hit the club, yeah, fuck, throw your hands to the ceiling. Get hot tonight. So what you gon' do? Coming straight off the south with the sound you ain't used to. Y'all fools ain't ready. Light it up tonight. You know how we do. Pull up in the parking lot, don't dub. See you about you.
DJ Tupana, we wallow.
It's a candy. I can feel it when you walk, even when you talk. It takes over me. Yes, I'm candy. I wanna know, can you feel it too? Just like I do. This stuff is starting now. It's the same feeling I always seem to get around you. There's no mistaking, I'm clearly taken by the simple mere thought of you. This stuff is starting now. This stuff is starting now. This stuff is starting now. My eyes roll in my head. I toss and turn in my bed. In the morning when I think about you. Yes, I do. Simply put, you're the reason why. Even though I'm real shy, I attempt to look my best for you. Indeed, I do. Just for you. 'Cause you affect me, fascinate me. I thank heaven for the things that gives the candy. You're so sweet, sweet. You're so candy. You're taking my appetite, but it's alright. Dear Father in heaven, about time to take over. You don't take I trouble you. Back down to Lucifer. I not to follow pastor, they be for mom. Father na father. See me, I don't busy my call. I won't focus on you, on God. I only Fanny do my way. Any do my way. Jabon lo my Barnabas. I only Fanny do my way. Any do my way. Jabon lo my be. I get sense, I get good, I come first, I don't bust. Plenty dog, plenty noise, plenty people don't call the boss. Me I get sense, I get good, I come first, I don't bust. Plenty dog, plenty noise, plenty people don't call the boss. Ah, hey God, don't make her follow. This all waiting stay cause I still want to ball, I still want to turn on. Hey God, don't make her follow. This all waiting stay cause I still want to ball, I still want to turn on. Get Father in heaven. Sometimes I got your blessing. They take to show.
DJ Tupana, we wallow.
I'm all alive. If the point got to my head, say make I deny you. I go tell them, say lie. Don't be like, yeah. I fit spend all of my money on you. Spend a couple million on you. Give you love until you say don't do, yeah. Special type of feeling that I feel when I'm with you. Oh, the mommy, anytime where I deal with you. I want your heart and soul and your own body too. I can't let you go. I'm beginning to fall in love. I'm beginning to fall in love. I'm beginning to fall in love.
Let's see ladies dance now. Let's see the ladies dance.
It's supposed to be one
Let's see how good they are in dancing. Let's see how synchronized they are in dancing. If truly they can multitask.
Hold me tight and rub on my elbow, make I feel alright. Special type of feeling that I feel when I'm with you. Oh, the mommy, anytime where I deal with you. I want your heart and soul and your own body too. I can't let you go. I'm beginning to fall in love. I'm beginning to fall in love. I'm beginning to fall in love. Fall in love.
Malaco Ivan, Malaco come, Malaco Ivan, Malaco come, hey, Malaco Ivan, Malaco come, Malaco Ivan, hey, Alogo logo eh, yeah, Babulu, kule, nigo eh, yeah, Babulu, yeah, Babulu, nigo eh, yeah, Babulu, kule, nigo eh, yeah, Babulu. Yeah, Babulu Kule.
Goto, you know me, I do like Popo. Nothing you find go so good. Me, I get them for Shokoto. Baby, your body roboto. Make up and I'm like Kokoso. Make up like you go Opoto. Ogibo make we Jokoto.
Yeah, and bed. Kilo day, tang bed. Yeah, and bed. Double XL, long bay. One berry. Berry for me, one berry. Ó ti pẹ́ tójú mi ti ń lẹ́rì. Mo ti pẹ́ jù lágbẹ́rì lọ. Ojo koto, no say me I do like Popo. Wetin you find go Sokoto? Oh, shower never. It's your body dey roboto. Make us spin am like Kokoso. Make up like you go Opoto. Oh, shower never. Perception, no be reality, na illusion.
Girl, I want to see you tonight. I will catch you flight and come see you tonight. Hey, ooh, girl, I want to see you tonight. I will catch you flight and come see you tonight. 'Cause this distance is killing me for sure. So give me for more, give me meat on top. I want this your love, oh. Say for instance, I do anything for love, anything at all. You feeling this or not? Make I know what's up, oh. I go take flight and I will fly to you. I should waste time. I feel they run to you. Oh. I go take flight and I go fly to you. I should waste time. I feel they run to you. Oh. Salty love. Oh, girl, you got me wanting more. I can't get enough of your salty love. Oh, girl, you got me wanting more. Mash your body, mash your body. Kilo fait un moteur chocolat, fine, fine, oh, packet, watch your love for like it, why not more, your body, chocolate, push it in, yeah, in my dick, kabalo, sile, kilo fait, why now, my lady, tell me what's in there, your body, I'm a damn easy, baby, why you want to give me control, if you want to get alright, I'm a head like my eye, I'm a need that and I go my eye, I'm a need that and do maybe, I don't want to say so, yeah. Hey, do maybe don't go carry belly. Hey, do maybe, take one of me, see, oh, yeah. Don't see, oh, yeah, baby, oh. Make a pom, make a pom, 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 make a pom, make a me, pati pom, 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 your body, kakara, make a pom, 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 on a make, that you just get a bom, 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 fine girl. Make you nobody do fine boy like this, so if I hear say want it, I go vex. Okini, navia, okini, baby, okini, let me, plenty money, okini, navia, okini, baby, okini, let me, plenty money.
To my get sick of my love back. Body on check. I thought I don't mind the back there, man. No, you don't mind. Casino, baby. I don't put the baby, the one I should be shake. I don't wanna hear you shake. I don't wanna hear you there with another man. The way your body go,
money. Hello, baby, have you sent it? You don't even know what you do to me. So I call a shop, I'm yeah. I can follow you for back. Baby, you blow my mind, I don't go lie. See, baby, if you want to leave for Piccoli, don't do shakara, don't they carry your shoulder. Oh. As you see me so, baby, now because of you, I don't go. See, I don't they go. Want to get to go, don't go.
DJ Tupana, we want
hello. Me, I know they hear you again. You be like your network on the fake. Meanwhile, Rosita, they hello. If you break my heart today, me, I go sharply the plates. Carry another baby, give her what she waiting. Smart thing, you done the vex, you done the other Uber. Veronica, cool down, cool down. See, baby, if you want to leave for Piccoli, don't do shakara, don't they carry your shoulder. As you see me so. Oh, collect, oh, wale, oh, one neck. Pakam, body too correct. Oh, no, Eddie man, don't forget. Money go perfume, oh, collect, oh, wale, oh, one neck. Pakam, body too correct. Say she love me, and you love it. Sensima, why they for her, Benzema? I want $1, Sensima. This kind dance, you the dance. I'm doing the singing, you doing the dance. Oh, you know, why you wanna do me wrong thing? She open us sorry, yo. Why you they do me something? Yeah. Oh, you know, why you they do me wrong thing? Yeah. She open us sorry, yo. Why you they do me something? Yeah. Hey, oh, collect, oh, wale, oh, one neck. Pakam, body too correct. Oh, no, Eddie man, don't forget. Money go perfume, oh, collect, oh, wale, oh, one neck. Pakam, body too correct. Say she love me, and you love it. Sensima, why they for her, Benzema? Why you want $1, Sensima? This kind dance, you the dance. I'm doing the singing, you doing the dancing. Hey, yo. Baby girl, you fine. Because baby, can you? Cherry, don't they tire you need? Many people they are failing for you. If you call and pretty woman, she say she know like a Miko. Oh, yeah. And if you buy and Toyota, she say she want a Miko. All I'm a the picky. When will you marry? Until your body touch your belly, where I know collect. Take an easy, oh yeah. So if you buy and this and she say you know by shower. And if you buy a low clipper and she say she want the Gucci, wake up, collect your money. You take it, wake up, collect your money. Wake up, Tera, go get the moolah. Wake up, money go gala. Gala go yellow dilla. Yeah,
DJ Tupana, we want
wake up, collect your money. Wake up, collect your money. Wake up, Tera, go get the moolah. Wake up, money go gala. Gala go yellow dilla. Don't walk, you don't try. You supposed to be jai. You look down, you can't person my dog. Person we don't mind. When I land softly on the sofa floor. So far so good, Koni Bajo. Let me see you.
Hi guys, please. I beg you for 5 minutes. Let's just do something.
Collect your money.
The DJ is obviously not collecting his money this night. That's an atrocity. You don't stop the music in between, the wildness.
Your time is running.
I just felt that, I might be wrong though, I just felt that we will do ourselves a great disservice if we just dance and go without all of us doing proper networking. You cannot reunite and not re-network. Now what I'm saying is that across the tables, can all of us just pass the mic and introduce ourselves and what we do? If you don't accept that, we continue with the music.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Laulu Osonyi. I'm a medical legal practitioner.
Hello, my name is Stay Adenuga. I work at the stock exchange. Head of regulation of regulators.
Okay, check out my switch over. Okay, hello everybody. My name is Abdulhafiz Atonashoremi, all right? Okay, we're all lawyers. I'm deputy head of chambers and partner of Femi Okuna & Co.
I'm still breathless from dancing. Good evening, everyone. My name is Iyaje, aka Calabar Witch, also known as Nkechi Usani, ne Emenalo. What do I do? Oh, me? I am the... Actually, no. I am the acting chief registrar of the Cross River State Customary Court of Appeal. Thank you.
It's good to be in your midst. Good evening, everyone. My name is Apollonia Ndidi Amaka Victor Ezugu. I'm the coordinator, NAOA, Nigerian Army Infantry Corps Command, Jaji Kaduna. I don't know if you've heard about the MRAP. The first MRAP is named after my husband, Ezugu. He's the inventor.
Good evening, friends. My name is Tosin Martins. Okay. You want? And according to my classmates, my name is Olomi. So I'm a performing artist and I'm also a pastor. So it's great to be here. After 21 years, it's good to see everybody's face and see us all trudging on quite well. Thank you.
My name is Shade Yusuf. My name is Shade Yusuf. I'm the company secretary of the National Engineering and Technical Company. My name is Shade Yusuf Ni Kadri. Can you hear me now? I'm the company secretary at the National Engineering and Technical Company Limited.
Okay, thank you. Well, I remain myself. Sheung Lawal, now Sheung Oke Lawal, principal partner, Excelsior Legal Consultants in Ibadan. Thank you very much. It's nice to see all of you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Olumekun Oluyemi, Akinola Oluyemi, as she then was. Well, I'm into private practice. I just located from Port Harcourt to Akure, so I'm still floating. So anybody that has a job for me, now I'm looking for a job. I want to appreciate those that made it possible for me to be here today. I know they wouldn't want their names mentioned. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Yes, she's actually my sister. We are from the same place. Yeah. My name is wait now. My name is Omotayo Agumbiade Nisholanke, aka Mommy Gio. Yes. As we know, I'm a legal practitioner. I think so. Yes. I'm a legal practitioner. I practice. I am the principal partner of Omotayo Agumbiade and Co. And I'm also a pastor. So I do the ministry by the side. I wear so many caps, but I thank God for life, and it's good to see everyone again after 21 years. God bless you all. Hey, yes, I remember I have candidates for deliverance. So take notes. After the party, we shall have a deliverance session. So commit all the sins you want to commit now. There is grace in the house.
Hallelujah. I remember when we were in Unilag. We were just left law school. Tosi Martins, remember? I had this girlfriend that I offended. So Tosi Martins. So I was with the girl, and I went to Morimi Hall. A young lawyer. So Tosi had blown then. So I was telling the girl that, I'm sorry now. She said, no, I'm breaking up with you. And I said, okay, you know what? My friend is going to call you right now and serenade you. Then I picked the phone. I said, Mato. He said, hello. This girl is vexing for me. Help me sing for her. That's how Tosi just said, hello, my name is Tosi Martins. Hello, me. The girl fell in love again. It was eventually, I fell out of love eventually. So, I wasted your, I shall pay you back in kind. So we move to the other aisle. Oh, the smiling Dikpo.
My name is Dikpo. Comfort lover.
Wait, say it again.
Let me say it well. Comfort lover. AB's overthrower. So we are all lawyers, but I practice in branding and media and advertising. That's what I've been practicing for the past 15 years, I think. So that was what led to my involvement in the union and stuffs like that. Thank you. So I need jobs, though.
So, sorry, I don't know. Somebody just snuck into the house. Thinking she's still in LUB3. Come here, young. You are doing well.
Thank you.
You are doing very well. Introduce yourself.
My name is Eilu. My name is Eilu. Good evening. What do I do? I'm a lawyer. I'm an in-house counsel. You can't hear me. I'm shy.
Why should you shy?
But my name is Eilu, for those who remember. Sorry I'm late, but I was online.
Please, a round of applause for her. Senna. When I went to Senamis, when I went to Badagry, and I went for a friend's father's burial, and suddenly I felt everybody there was a senator. I said, Senator. I said, how many senators does this guy have in his family? I know they were saying Senator. Please, introduce yourself.
My name is Senami Abulude. evening, Oketunde. I'm a solicitor and property consultant. I run my own firm, Senami Ablude and Co. Thank you.
So, good evening, everybody. My name is Nike Agumbiade Etiebet. So, I know that you can remember when we were still in Unilag, and Dr. Felgam, the Ghanaian lecturer, used to say that not all of us would become advocates. I think he was right. Although at the time I didn't believe him. I thought I was going to practice law. When I came to study law, I was already married. And I was also running a business at the time. I was running a school. So when I came out of law school, I intended to practice. And I actually started practicing in a law firm in Tafawa Balewa. But the principal at the chamber wasn't ready to pay me because he felt, oh, you already have money, so you don't need it. And I wasn't inspired by that. And because of that, I decided, okay, let me just continue with what I'm doing, which is running a school. And to God be the glory, the school has grown. I've been able to impart a lot of lives. I even train teachers. I train people who want to, set up their own schools and so on. And one of the guiding spirit of my life, which I would say that I learned in Unilag, is the principle of IRAC. Do you remember IRAC taught by Professor Yewo? Issues, rules, analysis, and conclusion. So I apply that in business life. As a lawyer, you are also a businessman. You are also a businesswoman. So how do you use issues in your business? The issue is that you are running a business, or you are selling a product or service to your clients. That's the issue, right? The rule is you must meet the need of all your clients, and in return, you must get profit. So what is the analysis? You have to check your SWOT. You know what SWOT is? The strength, the weakness, the opportunity, and the strength. You bring your SWOT in to solve your client's problem, and in return, you make a lot of profit. And what is the conclusion? The conclusion is that you become very rich, you become grateful, and you give back to the society. So that's what I learned in law. And that's what I would say that we should all apply to real life situation. Now, I observed one thing tonight. I observed that not all of us are here today. Many of us are overseas. Some of us, for one reason or the other, couldn't turn up today. Now, one of the things I've learned about life is whatever the situation may be, always give thanks to God. Always be thankful. You may be, comparing yourself to your friends. Oh, I've not been able to do as well as this person. Or even your own goal for yourself. You may feel that you've not been able to reach your goal. But the thing is, in whatever situation you find yourself, be thankful. Because the most important thing about life is to master self. To master self. Our wants as human beings are insatiable. It will be endless, and we cannot always meet all our needs. But one thing we should learn to be able to do is to be grateful at all times, no matter what. We will always win some, but sometimes we also can lose some. So whether it is winning or losing, we should be able to be thankful and be grateful to God. Thank you very much.
Please, I want Mrs. Elizabeth came late to the presentation. She doesn't know that I teach medical law. She says she teaches, she pays teachers very well. My mom, I teach medical law. So take it on note that, and I earn in dollars, which I know is not a problem for you. Now, I want to introduce somebody that called, just sent a message to me on WhatsApp. I said, Dr. Laolu. I said, who is this person calling me doctor? Auntie, I'm not a doctor. Send me your account number. I'm not a doctor. I'm not her doctor, neither am I a doctor. So please, I would like my big auntie here, who amazed us with her support, remembered us regardless of the age difference, because old enough to be, mothers to some of us here. And thank you so much, ma'am. That's your message. It really, really spurred us on to what we have achieved today. So please greet us, your aburos.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. I am so happy to be here today, and I'm happy to see all of you. My name is Mrs. Uchenna Onwuzu Ni of Ojendo. I practiced for a while in Kehinde Shofola and Co. And after which I left outside of the country for a while, stayed, just for a little time and came back. I am now in business, oil and gas. Not the type of the big ones anyway, but a little aspect of oil and gas. So ask me the price of AGO, which is very scarce now, I will tell you. And then, so happy to see you people here. And good evening, everybody. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Busoye Abioye. Mrs. Busoye Abioye by name. I run a children language school online, and I'm into events.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Miss Awoko Jo. My name is Awoko Jo Roslyn Amokaye. I'm not practicing.
Yeah. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Shay no kush means something different now. Shay no kush means something different now. Good evening. Thank you. What's wrong with it's 20 years. I'm a retired rapper. Well, it's good to see everyone. My name is Emma, and I produce happiness. Thank you. Come on, get out of there. With twins. Dolakwa is our lawyer. She represents P Square.
Okay, good evening, everybody. My name is Dolakwa. What's wrong with you? I don't want to say unfortunately, but I practice law. I say unfortunately because of the jurisdiction that I find myself in. But I enjoy what I do, thankfully. And God has been faithful. Good to see everybody.
We will call Federal Inland Revenue Service to know the unfortunateness of that source of income.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. My name is Ono Livinus Obas, one of the elders. I work with Federal Canal Commission. I am the Chief Legal Officer at Ebonyi State Office. And the delegate.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for recommending me. Thank you for recognition. Thank you for recognition. Thank you for recognition. I am the Elder Forum, the chairman of the Elder Forum. I'm holding it in trust of my people. Do you understand? Do you understand? In trust of my people. So my name is Ita Umium. I'm a legal practitioner. I practice law and I scatter law, both under and above. I run around the whole Lagos. So My office at number 120B, Dolphin Estate. I'm not advertising. I'm just telling you in case you look for me as a friend. I'm telling some people like Benedu, so that if he's looking for anybody, if he miss road, he can contact me. Dolphin Estate. That is Association Road. Please, Adenuga, are you there? So, please give me that privilege as a chairman of the Elder Forum, which I held in trust. Somebody, thank you so much. I'm happy to meet you people. I really appreciate. My secretary, James, I have seen you.
This is our perpetually imposed self-imposed elder. And the last 21 years, I've been holding it in trust. Baba, Emiloko. Bekini Ewa Emiloko.
Good evening, all. My name is Justina Ibebunjo, formerly Justina Unebu. I practice law with Uche Wicked and Co. at Lekki. That's what I do.
It's not by the way, it's important information. Very critical. How many? Exactly. Sorry for the break in transmission. Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Yewande Shembore. Do I need to say? Okay, Ni Hassan. I'm a practicing lawyer, although I haven't seen the inside of a courtroom in about 10 years. I practice as a solicitor, not because I don't know how to turn the rule books, but yeah, I've just opted for that. I work with Olanimu Ajayi. I'm a partner in the firm, and I work in the capital markets practice. Thank you. It's good to be here.
Okay, this is my serious face and serious voice. Good evening, everybody. Stretch your ears. Good evening, everybody. This is my serious face. This is my serious voice. What is wrong with you? My name is Nkechi Ayima Ni Uche. Many of you can remember me. I am the voice of the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators of Nigeria, ICSAN. Who many of you are members but have run away, have refused to pay your subscription. I am the police to chase you. So if you're an in-house counsel, you're a company secretary, you owe me. Come forward and pay your dues. I trained you, and yet you don't want to give back. We are giving back. Help, oh. Okay, by the way, I'm also a practicing solicitor. Don't interrupt me. Some people who are talking did not interrupt. No white paper here. And I run my law firm. We do plainly and solely corporate work. And we're company secretaries too. You can fill the gap. Thank you very much. And I'm excited to be here. Oh yeah, join ICSAN. That's all the whole thing I came to say. Oh. Join ICSAN and add to your career, add to your portfolio. Be a speaker, you know, a facilitator, train. Not that medical distance that is killing people up and down. That's not the training we do. And then Laolu, for the record, owes me. You know, we invited him as a facilitator, even though we don't have money. He has to do it free. So I'm just saying it now so that when I put it on the group chat, Laolu, where are you? He can't dodge.
Wait, let me. Somebody begging me, he's saying I'm owing. How can somebody begging me say I'm owing? But I will say, I'll say something. First thing is that if they had told us that you had debtors here, we would not have served the amala first now. We would have said, before serving amala, pay your X and a head. Then on a more serious note, she, you know, people don't know the roles they play. When we registered the association and we opened the account, it stands on record till eternity. She was the first depositor into that account. A round of applause for her. She was the first person that gave a gift of love. And because of that, Donya Ilala cannot come and collect it in Canada. I'll give her your own Indomie. Donyi, sorry, you are in Canada. So I take. Ministry of Justice, inspect this one. Is it open or closed? Certify it. Is it open? INEC, is it? For being the first person to open our account and to, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Madu Ni Umo. I live in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and I am very, very, very happy to be here. I'm in legal practice. I run my own firm, and I live there with my husband and my kids, and they all send greetings. And it's amazing to see everyone again after 20 years, and I'm really grateful I could be here. Yeah, that's it. I should introduce my husband. Okay. I am married to, which name do you know? Okay, and I bring greetings from Honorable Kelechi Casey Madu, who is my husband, and he wishes he was here, but I'm here representing both of us.
They say no hear you. They say your voice is sweet. And you know, in the the problem is, there, right? There, when they're practicing, they don't raise their voice. In court here, we don't have anything. We have to project everywhere. So please pardon her.
Thank you.
Pardon her, please. Yes. It's the code. Okay, the Canada code. Don't choke our throat very well. Okay. Hello, everybody. I'm projecting, Abi. So I'm Tolu Aderiye ni Ọlọ́run ni Ṣọmọ. Yes. What do you mean by AK rocket? So I work with the Ministry of Justice, Lagos State. The Ministry of Justice. I know that Madam was talking about Calabar and everything, but we are the first amongst all. Yes. So presently, I'm the Assistant Director of the Directorate of Public Prosecution. So I'm very happy to be here today and to see such fantastic people. Thank you very much.
Somebody said that I'm posing very relaxed. And I said I'm standing beside comfort and I'm comfortable. Our Amazon. Who ditched the Bayelsa warlord for the Yaba tech guru? Only a strong woman can do that. Who can abandon oil money for cryptocurrency?
Yes, so good evening, everyone. I am Comfort Olubo Umaru. I'm
a senior research fellow with the National Judicial Institute. I am the love of Dikos life. Happy to ditch. Love you right back. One of the noisemakers on the group. Yeah, I'm the noisemaker now. The expert at typing in Pidgin English. The chairman of the African Traditional Science Practitioners, owners of flying brooms, which requires diesel to move these days, and the chief gardener, the owner of dogs, and the resident, what does Akin Akinton call me, agnostic, or on some days he calls me the atheist, or what, it depends on which side of the bed that man wakes up from. That's what he calls me. But with this microphone in my hand, I would like to thank every single one of you who reached out to me in the time of loss. And especially during the pandemic, a few of us did suffer personal losses too, of family members. So, okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, as a mark of respect, let us rise for a minute's silence for the late Honorable Justice Umaru. Thank you very much.
Well, I wasn't expecting that, but Dipo also lost a sibling, Yemi, Akimbi, Kechi, and everybody who lost immediate family members. And for me, who lost my father, the Honorable Antoine. So, and for me, who lost my father, the Honorable Justice Sylvester Umaru Onu, Justice of the Supreme Court. Thank you for your kind words. Thank you for reaching out. It meant so much for me. And if you wonder why I'm so close to Dipo, we were comrades. At that time, he was sleeping on the bench in the hospital. I was sleeping on tile floors in the hospital. We lost our parents within a day of each other. And Okechi, who lost a sibling, and every other person who lost people, I acknowledge you this evening. Thank you very much. May their soul rest in perfect peace.
Amen. May the good Lord repose all their souls. Those are part of the disadvantages of getting old. If you die at 2 months old, you won't lose a younger brother. Now I'm coming to a table. They call it the Supreme Court. This one is bone to bone. No skin here, no flesh here, just bone to bone. These are the men of timber and caliber. They are the ones that determine the price of oil tomorrow. I'm even scared from where to start from. Because the way in which the bottles are going down, the naira, if naira comes down from dollar, the way the bottles here are coming down, Nigeria will turn to Dubai in 2 months. My dear brother, over to you.
God, ladies and gentlemen, I want to appreciate God for bringing us here today. It is 20 years plus that we have graduated, and we dispersed to all the nooks and crannies of this world. But God brought us together today. We really appreciate God, and I also want to appreciate all the planning committee. Thank you for this wonderful work that you have done. And also want to thank everyone that are here today. My name still remains Ernest Manoa Jumbo, one of the unnoticed guy among us. Yes, so yes. So, as you know, I'm a practicing legal practitioner. In fact, I have my office at the back of you here. This TBS complex. So I manage a law firm, Manoa, Ernest and Co. And to the glory of God, God has been helping us. So thank you. God bless you.
Yeah, good evening, colleagues. Ojo Idehaloise is my name. I want to thank you all for putting this together. I got information about this meeting just about a week ago. And I told myself it's very important to see faces after 2 decades. And the reunion I observe here today is highly remarkable. I want to thank you all that put this together. For what I do, I was in the Federal Civil Service and I retired a few months back at the directorate level. And thank God for the practice. I'm about a month old in practice. Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Deji Olatoye. Otherwise known as Deji Toye, sometimes. More often than not. I was actually surprised to see Ayo Deji Olatoye on the board over there. I'm a partner at the Law Offices, which we started in 2008. I'm happy to see a lot of people here. There are people that I've not seen since 2001. My Oga, for example, one of the first people I knew in our class, Mighty, and Ebi, they were the two first people. Before I reconnected with Barua, who we had known in a previous life before, you know. And then, and I'm happy to see you one day that we hadn't seen in a bit. You know, we used to be in Olaniwo Ajay together. There are people that I run into because of my dalliance. Mumo, I think I run into you once in a while, but I don't think we've seen in a. Oh, okay. Don't forget. Emma. Don't mind. Don't worry. I know you're one management. At least I know one management. That's to show that I keep in touch with you with what you do. Forgive me for that. And there are people who have accused me of being run away today. I won't mention names. There are people that have run away from their boards of directors or board of governors. But I promised them earlier this evening that I'm going to perform, and I'm going to repent. So I'm very happy to see all of you guys. I'm happy to see Kim, who there's a person we used to meet that she just disappeared, and she never responded even to my DM, But I'm very happy to see everybody. Thank you very much.
I have a question, please. You said that you knew Lani Barowa in another life. Are they vampires? Are they? Let us know. Let's know what we are. Maybe they met in 1745 in Romania when they were hottish sheep and rhinos. I'm just saying,
Good evening, everyone. I'm Adewale Fati. Thank you. I've been in banking since forever now. A bit of practice, then one bank to the other. Currently with Sterling Bank, I'm the regional legal coordinator there, and we do what we can. Thank you.
Hey, good evening all. My name is Fidelis Maitiani. Popularly known as Mr. Mighty. I'm happy to be here, and I'll tell you what, this class is unique to me in a way. Let me start from 2002 when I had my wedding. You remember I had my wedding while we were in school, you know? So 2001, I'm sorry. It's a long time. So everything about my wedding was from class 2001. The godfather of the wedding, Mr. and Mrs. Ted Iwere, was the godfather of my wedding. My best man for the wedding, AB. Here. The MC of the wedding, Ms. Baroa. All the groomsmen I had for the wedding, class 2004. So I remain grateful to this class. Meanwhile, I work with the district attorney, Harris County Juvenile, Houston, Texas. But you know, when you are abroad, you don't live by paychecks. So I do business anyway. Runs to cover up. Thank you.
I should use this opportunity to testify to Mr. Mighty's hospitality. I was in Texas. Didn't even inform him that I was there, but I posted, he saw my on Facebook that I was in Texas, and he called me. I was like, where are you? How dare you come? No, I came once. You called, we couldn't meet. So the second time, you know, and I didn't want to bother because really speaking, you know, people are very busy. So he came to my brother's house, picked me up, took me, we went to pick his kids in school. Remember, sir? We went back to his house. His sons speak American accent better than Joe Biden. But when he comes and says, Kekwanu, and they say, oh, Dema, you think you're watching Chiwetala Agu. Then we go home, and then this boy says, what are you speaking Igbo? I can hear Igbo small because I'm married to one. Say, okay, Eba, you know, Ogbono, da. And the boys went to the kitchen and cooked this African delicacy. And me and Mighty almost come out shirt, just the roll and the chop. After, Mighty now went to his bar. Now started doing all this martini. Oh, Lord of mercy. When I got my brother's house, I was just bouncing. Hey! Mighty had mightied me. So I just needed to put that on record in front of everybody here. He's a great man. He's not, you know, because at times the problem we have when we go abroad at times is that you don't want to bother your friends abroad because you want to make them uncomfortable because they are busy and all that. But when they now make the effort to come and see you, you know, it's a great effort. Thank you.
You're gonna allow me to talk. You want me to start by saying I am pained? That I am heartbroken and I'm pained. Dikpo, I'm waiting for the cake to fall on you. My name is Ebinimi Beredugo. My name na Ebinimi Beredugo. I live in Port Harcourt. I practice law.
And well, we are trying to protect our environment, and then we are also interested in what is inside the pipeline. It's not our fault. So I practice law, and then it's a privilege to have friends. No, Barua, in our 5 years in Unilag, I think, Barua, we spent about 4 years in the same room. Come on, shut up your mouth. Yeah. But on a serious note, it's a privilege by God, sincerely, to meet, interact for the 5 years that we are in Unilag with a mixture of personalities, and that is what destiny is all about. You know, God has destined that we will all come to meet in Unilag, and that we will interact, and that we will create a friendship that will last for years, and that comfort will break my heart, and Dikbo will take comfort from me. But on a serious note, we are still looking forward to greater friendship. We are still looking forward to years of interaction. And then when Nigeria has decided to give the presidency to somebody from the Niger Delta, again, I just want to inform you guys that I am preparing. And I'll be happy to welcome my friends.
Hello, everyone. My name is Elvis Opaleke. Yes, now. It's called toasting now, not toasting. Maybe you should leave me alone. Well, it's good to see everyone, to be honest. It's been like 20 years or thereabout. 21. Wow. Like, yeah. I know son is used to this kind of things. I'm not. I'm just overwhelmed. That's just the truth. I'm just happy to see everybody. It's been eons. Like, I can still recognize everyone's face. It feels like we haven't seen each other like yesterday, man. We're still cracking jokes, catching up, and I'm happy about that. I'm not practicing. Let me start with that one. I was never going to practice. I was never going to practice. I've always loved the law, and I always feel like it's something you need as a backbone into business, and that's why I did it. Say that again. Well, let me not make it long. I'm just glad to see everybody, and I hope everyone is having fun, and I hope you're all glad to see me too. So, to many more years, guys. Thank you. Elvis, I said it before. You weren't listening. Elvis Opaleke.
Yeah, so guys, on Sunday, we will have Thanksgiving at Unilag Chapel. For those who come to this Thanksgiving service, we shall be having brunch at Elvis's restaurant, the Observatory in Lekki. After service. All right, so the service starts at 10, but the Thanksgiving starts at 12. So if you can manage your movement, yes.
My dear brothers and sisters, my name is Ibezim Chibwe. It's a pleasure to be here, to see everybody. I'm trying my best. After the amount of drinks I've had, you won't be standing yourself. Talk less of speaking. No, really, I thank you all so much for gracing this occasion. As one of the members of the committee, I also want to thank the committee members, Laolu, Dikbo, most especially Nkechi, Senami, and everybody who made this event possible. I say a big thank you to you all. God bless you. Like I said earlier, my name is Ibezim Chibwe. I'm a partner in a firm called Svelte Legal. Those of you who have come up against me, remember me. They know themselves. Ministry of Justice, where are they? My wife is the principal partner of the firm, and I am the other guy. I'm the other guy. You know, we're doing very well, and with the class of people, eminent people that we have here, and the how would I put it? The guidance of many of us that I have enjoyed over the years, I must say it's a real pleasure to be here. I thank you all, and I pray that God will continue to bless us. After these 20 years, we'll have another 20 years, and another 20 years, and another 20 years in Jesus' mighty name. Amen. We will live long and prosper. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you very much.
You know, eBay won a landmark case against the Lagos Ministry of Justice. Unfortunately, we couldn't celebrate that case because it was against our own very own Tolu Aderi ni Ọlọ́run Ṣọ̀wọ́n. You know, so we couldn't gloat in it really. But give eBay a round of applause. Give eBay a round of applause for winning the case. Wait. Then give Tolu a round of applause for allowing eBay to win the case. Yes, so we'll move fast because the guys on Zoom too want to talk. The guys on Zoom.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Adobe, Ada Atwaya. Well, some of you might know me, some of you might not. We definitely haven't met in court because I didn't go that route. But I'm a data privacy consultant and a chief cook as well. I own a restaurant here in Lagos. Yes, so I'm happy to be here. This is the first reunion I'm part of. I haven't been to anyone, and I'm excited to see everyone. Thank you so much. Hey, it's my turn eventually. Okay, good evening, guys. My name is Ejinwa Izwago when I was in school, and now Akeredolu, I would say. Some other people here introduce themselves by saying they're legal practitioner. I'm also a legal practitioner. And I run Izwago Akeredolu and Co. And also White Swan Realtors. I'm also into real estate. I don't even know what to say about myself anymore. I don't even know myself that much. But the little I know, I have said. But I'm really happy to be here. I almost missed out coming today because I had some other things. But, you know, our Mommy Juyo was able to push me. And I'm happy to be here, like, really, because there's some faces I haven't seen in a while that I'm seeing today. And it's good, though. This reunion is a beautiful thing. I remember the very first reunion was 2017 at Radisson Blue. We went even up to 10. We're exactly 10 that gathered that day, 13. And somebody from the other class came. What's his name again? Priye came to, Major Priye came to join us. And 2019, I walked in and I saw crowd. I was surprised. But this time around, we're not just here. Faces I never thought would come. Happy to see you all. I'm happy to see you. She's not even listening. Every other person. Nkechi. Glad to meet you all. And I pray God will continue to keep us, you know. And we'll have more reasons to gather again. And like I said, I'm into real estate. So I pray that we'll have more reasons to have properties to sell to each and every one of us. Thank you.
It is my pleasure to introduce my friend, Chief Mazi, Honorable James Ononiwu, our able leader for the next political.
Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Amen. In fact, it's amazing today. In fact, it's just like yesterday. Is that I'm seeing there? Remember I used to dub you? Do you remember? I used to dub you that time. Thanks a lot for allowing me to dub you. You know, this is the time to tell the truth. Even, that's Elu. Thank you very much. You are the only person that I didn't use to cover her work during exam. Thank you. And even Bimboilo, you are a good guy. My name is Chief James Ononiwu, the Omema one of Inish. That's Dupsy. Dupsy. You're here. Come here. Come and sit down here, Joe. Sit down here. Are you? Okay, I'm very happy to be here. I should have been here earlier than now. I was in court for a long time. And yes, I do part of registry work. And I got here late. But I can see everybody. In fact, I think I know everybody by name. Yes, that's Osonyi. Oronyo. Stop hiding. I know you. I practice. I've been doing that since I left service. I worked with NEPA. I used to cut lights when we were serving. I served in Ondo. We used to go to those lungus. They never paid their bills. So I used to carry ladder. Yeah, I did that when I was serving. I never thought I would dabble into practice. But it has been amazing. It's been crazy. But seeing all of you here, I feel like crying. Crying because I'm running from a lot of people. No, seriously. Yemi, how you doing? Remember Enugu? Remember. Even Larry too, Enugu, remember. Remember. Bad guy. You know. You know, and I used to I'm trying to figure out who is hiding behind the lights. You know? Where is Eva? Eva was also somebody very good to me. She didn't used to cover her books. So, what's wrong with you? It's your business. And with the mic, should I cover the mic? Hallelujah, always looking for my trouble since we were in secondary school. So, so I practice. I'm into copyright. I do a lot of those works. I do a lot of those works, and it's been very good. I thank God. I thank God for meeting all of you guys today. I almost didn't come here today. I was stuck somewhere, but I tried my best, fought the devil, and the devil left me, and I'm here today. I thank the Lord.
Round of applause for fighting the devil. How can the devil fight himself? I don't know, understand.
Good evening, everyone. It's difficult to come after James, right? So it's one of those. My name is Bimbo Ilo. I don't formally practice, right? Because everything I do is football. So I work in football business, basically. Really happy to be here. I'm really, really chuffed and happy that I made it. It was a difficult day, all sorts to do, but yeah. God bless all of us and enjoy the evening.
I'm done. Oh, you're done. Yes. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Carol Ogo Isiche. Okay. So, with a lot of modesty, I work in my family's business. And I'm also an entrepreneur. Thank you.
You did not tell them you're also my in-law. Yeah, tell them you're my in-law.
Oh, I'm Laolu's in-law. He's married to my cousin because she's a good. He found her to be a good conquest.
And she's the monitoring angel in my life. So she joined a committee to monitor what we are. So my name is Laolu Ni Chinwe, August sister. They don't buy me. Oh my God.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Landry Barua. I don't even know what to say at this moment because, when you see people you've not seen in the last 20 years, words enough cannot encapsulate, your feeling. Earlier today, you said something about, knowing me from another life. Perhaps what a lot of people don't know is that Deji and I were roommates way back in University of Abuja before we were rusticated. And somehow we met in Unilag. And honestly, the only regret I have, and I keep saying this, is that we never got to know one another enough while we were in school. We've got a lot of wonderful, amazing people in the class. Laolu Bitibawo. Laolu. Honestly, but on a more serious note, we have a lot of wonderful people in the class that we never got to interact so much as to know, one another. However, I am extremely excited. I'm really grateful to be here, and I feel really sorry at the same time because while we are here, jollying and in a very good mood, we have to have it at the back of our mind that 10 of us, at least so far, are no longer with us. 10 of our colleagues have passed on. And we have to give thanks to God for being here today. We have to be grateful to Him for allowing us to be here today. But in summary, I am so glad to be here today to see these beautiful faces and smiles. Thank you so much.
A round of applause for Baroa. You know the irony of life is that if you're on Twitter, there's somebody called Striker on Twitter. That's Olufemi Bisuka. So he was just telling me, all these long grammar are too long now. Let these old girls go. Let's so that they can go and do after party. I'm like, Bisuga, where are you rushing to? So please, can you tell the class where you're rushing to? That emotion you want to go and move tonight.
Good evening, gentlemen. Fortunately, Laulu happens to be a year my senior in primary school. And I have known him almost all my life because my mom and his mom were both in the same faculty for a long time. So I am not surprised that he knows me much better than I do. So good evening once again. My name is Olufemi Bisuga, still your mommy's boy. I am into litigation. And for now, mostly what I do is I consult for lawyers in terms of litigation. I am also a partner in a law firm where we do litigation almost every day. Just like Barua, you know, some of us, we see one another almost every day. So this is a good opportunity to come across one another after a long period of time. And I pray and I hope that we'll have more opportunities like this. Thank you, Laulu. Thank you, the committee. Thank you, every member of the committee.
You know, if you, a round of applause for Bisuga. If you have the misfortune of being on our platform when Bisuga and Akiaki Ito are arguing law, just exit that platform for 3 days. Because they will bring arguments from Supreme Court. This one will counter it from the federal, from another Supreme Court. They will argue as if.
Laulu, let me break your bubble. You know, I do most of Akin's legal work here in Lagos. Almost all the litigation work Akin has to do in Lagos, I represent him in court, fortunately. So no matter our arguments, we see.
But at the same time too, because they are both brilliant folks. I started a meeting with you yesterday about the case I have in court on Tuesday. Akin is not here today because he's in court for me. He was in court for me yesterday at the American Tribunal. So those are part of the benefits of why we must synergize here. We need to know our strengths and weaknesses. If a Bisuga advises me, if an Aki advises me, I take it to the bank. Now, so one day like that, Sha, I saw my egbon at Tasty Fried Chicken in Ikoyi. So he said to me, this egbon, I've noticed egbon was 2 or 3 years my senior in primary school. Not like I was 1 year senior to Femi. Bisuga. Funny enough, they're both Femis. So, and I said, Aburo, oh, Tiembere me. And I married your classmate. I said, senior Femi Mabinu. I will come and I shall pay the compass. I must be honest, I have still not done it. Please, can you all clap for then Princess Dupe Tejoso, now Miss Dupe Adeniji. Say hallelujah to our class.
Hallelujah.
Introduce yourself. You know you have a children's school on etiquette and all that.
Okay, good evening, everybody. What am I supposed to say? Talk about myself. Okay, I'm really happy to be here. It's okay. Yeah. So I run a training company, a franchise of a training company in the UK, and I also run a property development company. So we build properties on the Lekki axis.
A round of applause. All of you remember as Dupe Tejoso. She hasn't changed. In fact, you can still give her course form to fill self. Go and write law of thought, criminal law. And the next person, Funny enough, both of them married my egbons. I don't even know. Maybe they just use it to bully me. Tolo Dukoya. Now, Mrs. Tola Dutuko, please.
Good evening, colleagues, friends. How are you? Hope everyone is having a good evening. My name is Tolulokpe Adetubo Ni Odukoya. It's my pleasure to see everyone again. And unfortunately, I haven't been to any reunion before now. And I was only added to the group last week. So lovely to see everyone. What do? I'm a lawyer. I practice in-house. So I'm an in-house counsel. Have been for most of my working life with a company called FBN Quest Merchant Bank. So please, all your investment needs, we will sort them out for you. Bring your money. We'll multiply it. Thank you.
You know, one of the benefits, I told Nkechi this 2 days ago when we are looking for pictures of our sponsors, and she came through, and suddenly I realized that, wow, you work in a firm, for a firm, where I have been in court with for about 2-3 years. And I think I told you, so if, for example, we had done this 2-3 years ago, if I call office, you know, so I know someone entered. Somebody entered. Somebody entered. Somebody entered about 10 minutes ago. And that person, about 11 years ago, I saw her a hotel. Yes. Yes. You saw me. You saw me on TV. I saw you I saw you in the hotel. You saw me in channels. It's not the same thing. Yes, now. I fucked her. All right, so just please introduce yourself. After you, briefly, then after you, Temi will talk. Then the DJ will start.
I don't have anything to say. Joyce, in Nigeria. Little practice and more into fashion. That's what I do. So, that's me. Yes, oh no, it's me, Joyce. You can't recognize me. I don't know what to say again. What do you want me to say? I'm so happy to see everybody. I just couldn't afford to miss tonight. I'm so happy. I'm going to give everybody tiny, tiny hug before I leave. I love you all. It's so good to see you all.
Then somebody came. Before we dance or talk to guys online, somebody came. Oh, now that name, if you don't know that name, if you don't know her maiden name when you were in school, then your certificate should be withdrawn. If you don't know her maiden name when she was in school, then you did not go to Unilag. Rather, Unilag did not go through you. Introduce yourself. Just don't worry, but we look alike. You know, we are both very small in school. Now we are both big. So.
Tell me. Yeah.
What you do? Just for a minute.
Okay, I'm Temi Alao. Oh, Temi Joseph. I used to be Temi Alao, and I work as an employment solicitor in the UK.
All right. Can I move a motion? Can I move a motion? That since we have paid the DJ, and some of these women here have drank some things that are making their legs want to. Hey, now you, because of that, I want to move motion. No, listen. No. Now you say I want dance. Hey, I want to move motion now. You're not supposed. I want to move emotion. I want to move emotion that we call the DJ.
I'm moving time. DJ.
Obodo Balugo, Anya Mwachamago, Anya Putago, Ife Bebego, Imakoniu, 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 looking at pop, Now we there, yeah. Now we there, yeah. It's a couple of bullies, now we there, yeah. Messi to see the weekend, now we there, yeah. If you got the phone for I need you, I back up, but they not love for man. You don't got no choice. If you got the package, I need you, I back up, but they belly. Security confirm, the man who do that, you know. The man I mess up, but I need to find it. The man
Classmates, let's take pictures quickly, then we dance. Everybody rise in MM. Mr. Mighty. Mrs. Shambore. Let us come and cut national cake paid by delegates. Made by Ogo, my in-law. She collected delegate money from. So let the cameraman arrange. So let us spread out so that the fire will not touch our afros and. I will go. It's my fault that you are short. So you come. Oh yeah, come. You take it 3 times. Bimboilo, where are you? Bisuga. There is no injunction tonight you are looking for. People. Come and join the picture. You are one of us. All right, so we will say Elu B 4. We will say Elu B 4. All right, 1, 2, 3. Elu B 4. Yay! It's great to be alive. 20 years. Congratulations, y'all. To another 20 years. To another 20 years. Congratulations, guys.
Mr. Money no dey waste time. Mr. Money want to ease your mind. Hello, you carry back a lot of filo. I'ma check a phone no go dey ghost you. Ready to pay what 10 kilo. Kumatingaza, Shina sa inyo falapa. Agata from Osaka funi ulala. Nishe lo japa. Omo ajebota lo be mega pa. I no like nonsense we yakobota. Bota. Nishe lo japa. Omo ajebota lo be mega pa. I no like nonsense we yakobota. Bota. Sunga la ja sunga la ja sunga olo sunga sunga la ja sunga olo sunga Mr. Money with the vibe right now. Mr. Money with the vibe right now. Mr. Money with the vibe right now. Mr. Money with the vibe right now.
Tell me what you see when you look at me. Sungbalaja go my body. My problem is I too sabi. Pop Marley for the pool party. I got out ya dark bada. So you dey wine me, you know see Uber ya bakada. Shop banka, you go shop gada. Ele Sungbalaja sunga. Carry your matter for head like a sugar. VVS is on my neck, so no fuga. They gas, give me sugar. Cause you know you carry, give me super. Ele sunga. Oh yeah,
supposed to be jai jai. Kilo come become person matter, person we don't mind. But when I land softly on the sofa floor. So far so good, Koni Bajo. Let me see you. Go lo lo lo. Let me see you. Go lo lo lo. Bukao. Let me bukao. Let me see you de buka. Go lo lo lo. Let me see you. Go lo lo lo. Bukao. Let me bukao. Let me see you de buka. Go lo lo lo. Let me see you. Go lo lo lo. Bukao. Let me bukao. Let me see you de buka. Go lo lo lo. Let me see you. Go lo lo lo. Wake up.
Don't walk, don't try. Supposed to be high. Kilo con uno chef water. They feel what I'm when I land so free on a sofa floor.
So far so good, Koni Bajo. Let me see you. Go lo lo lo. Let me see you. Go lo lo lo. Let me let me see you. Go lo lo lo. Let me see you. Go lo lo lo.
Lip keys.
Hello. Tó bá fọ́ o ti fọ́kọ̀, tó bá fọ́kọ̀ o ti ṣayé, kí ló kan ayé, lójoojú ayé o ti fẹ́ jẹ ayé, tó bá fọ́ pẹ̀lú street, lórí street ọmọ fuck ẹ up, àwọn girls ọmọ set ẹ up, àwọn boys ọmọ fuck ẹ up, tó bá wá ọmọ wá ẹ, tó bá bẹ́ ọmọ bẹ́ ẹ, tó bá gbà ọmọ gbà ẹ, tó bá já ọmọ já ẹ, fuck. Fuck that shit, like that shit. Fuck that shit, me I like that shit. How many boys don't die for the street? How many boys don't blow for the street? Ọmọdé dọ́gbọ́n kíkọ́, àgbàdọ́gbọ́n sísè, ayé no go no. Ayé mọ̀ ọ̀hún mọ̀, ó máa ṣọ̀kẹ́, ní ọdún yìí ó bá ń ṣọpẹ́, bá ń bẹ̀tẹ̀, ó padà wá bẹ̀bẹ̀, talẹ́lẹ̀.
Gentlemen, LLP4, please a reminder, we have church service on Thanksgiving service on Sunday, then beach party. You will send communication on beach party tomorrow at Landmark and the time. Then after the church service on Sunday, you can come with your family for the beach party. After the Thanksgiving on Sunday, you have brunch at the observatory of the Pelicans restaurant. So DJ, the church service is 10 o'clock, will end at 12:30. Unilag Chapel of Christ Our Light. DJ.
It's Smallest Records.
They want make a cry, so people they pray make a die. Why? So people they pray make a slow, so people no want make a grow. No. Help me sing it out loud. Different people take this world. Someone like me wants to show me love. So no go let you drink what I drunk up. Number one is a song for my Caribbean, but you know what?